BYJU'S Exam Prep, and welcome to this next marathon session that we are having now. And why are we calling it next, Gaurav sir? Any idea?
Why we are calling next? Because you have been in a marathon since the time your preparation started.
Exactly.
So basically, you have already run the major part of the marathon, and now these are some last miles to go. We can say that. In this
Absolutely, absolutely. We also had a very good marathon last year too, and this year as well. We have started with this first marathon now. We'll be having more after this too. But I'm sure that you all know what is a marathon. Therefore, you see three people here, right? It's a relay as well, along with the marathon that we'll be having. We'll be passing on batons to each other and we'll be discussing all the three sections one by one. But before we start, can you just confirm, guys, that is everything fine? I mean, any operational issues that anyone is facing? Or is everything is okay?
Vikrant sir is missing.
Vikrant sir is missing. He'll be here very soon then.
Don't worry. So don't worry. We'll not be taking all the three sections among us. So Vikrant sir will be coming for the verbal section.
मुझे लगा सर आप verbal हो गए.
नहीं सर हम
ऐसा होता तो मैराथन यही खत्म करनी पड़ती है. So very good morning, guys. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, exactly. What is today's topic? Kushal, the topic is all three. Right, we'll be discussing quantitative ability, LRDI, verbal ability, all of them one by one. It will be a long session for around more than 4 hours. We'll try to see कि 4 घंटे से भी थोड़ा ज़्यादा time लें हम इसमें. So we'll be covering all these three areas one by one in our today's session.
Yes. So I'll quickly explain you the agenda for today's session, the sequence in which we'll be handling all.
There is an
three
echo in
sections.
voice. I mean, students are saying it.
इधर आ जाए.
Voice is echoing. Okay.
Echo हो रही है.
Covering all these three areas one by one. No, I think the voice is good. So, who is saying? Tarun Gupta, please check the speakers or refresh your screen, whatever you can do.
Tarun,
The
गुफा
voice
से
is
निकलो.
absolutely Fine. So please switch off your woofer if you have.
साकेत you too. गुफे से निकलो.
Okay, ठीक है. तो एजेंडा क्या होगा? एजेंडा सरल सर ने ऑलरेडी बता दिया है. Sequence, so we'll be starting with the Quant Marathon. So we'll not be taking on any specific topic, but we'll be covering, we'll try to cover each and every area. So we'll be solving somewhere around 15-16 questions of quant, which three of us have made ourselves. Okay, so these are like, obviously you can consider the level of difficulty to be very high. Then after 1.5 hours, approximately 1.5 hours, we'll be taking a break, three of us, and Vikrant sir will be coming here and he'll be discussing questions of verbal RC for 1.5 hours. And then three of us will be coming back once again with the questions of LRDI.
So it is just like a mock exam, you can say. We'll be discussing a lot many questions. The way you appear for the questions there, here we will be appearing for it, and you'll just, I will notice us doing that. But मॉक थोड़ा सा लंबा होगा. आज हमारा 2 घंटे की बजाय शायद 4 घंटे का मॉक होगा. इतना ही डिफरेंस है. Everything else would remain the same. The order is also a little changed. So we are starting with QA, then ARC, and finally we'll be having LRDA, these three sessions. So I think शुरू कर सकते हैं मेरे ख्याल से.
बिल्कुल सर,
right?
जल्दी से शुरू
So
करते हैं.
let's start with that. So already too many people have joined us. So let's not delay it further. So let's start with the very first question. And now we are starting with quantitative ability first. चलिए तो शुरुआत मैं करता हूँ. Thank you. And we start with the very first question. Okay. So here is a question on your screen. The process would be like this only. आप लोग question देखेंगे. You will try first of all, right? So try doing this question, and after that we all will be doing it together. All these questions we have tried to create exactly of the same type, the way CAT does ask you. So you can just assume that these kind of questions you can expect in the CAT exam as well very soon. So चलिए start करते हैं. हाँ जी पुष्कर, I know that you have messaged it to me. Somehow I didn't get time to answer it yet, but I'll be answering it soon. I got your message. So first question, I would like to see some answers before I start discussing it. And it's a good platform where you can actually compete with each other as well, that who is answering first. And you will get to know about this from other people too, that how fast are they answering, how late are you answering, right, wrong क्या है, वो सब आपको पता लग जाएगा अभी. But I'll start discussing once I see an answer from any one of you. Kush is the first one to answer this. Kush says B. Harsha has answered. Harsha as well says B. Umair has answered. Umair says C. Good, good, good. We got answers from Kush, Harsha and Umair till now. Mohit has answered. Mohit says A. So we got A, B and C all. D बचा हुआ है. Cannot be determined in numerals. Then I see that Kenny has answered. Vikram, Rahul, Pranav, Tanisha, Dipali, Arushi, Chandan, Sanidhya. Very good, very good. Subharti, Sanjaya on YouTube as well. Now got the first answer from Satyanshu. He says B. Kota Harish got B. Sonali has got B. Then Sanjaya got B. Prashant, Shweta. Good afternoon, Vikas. Very, very good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you. Anjala, Janvi, Shahbaz, Meet. Let's start solving it without any delay now. See how many of you are correct. Let's just check that. Samir marks up an article by P%, gives a discount of P by 4%, gets a profit of P by 4%. So basically discount is always given on the marked price. There is something called cost price as well. So when he marks up an article by P%, that means he increases this by P%, gives a discount of P by 4%, then he further decreases it by P by 4% and gets a profit of P by 4%. So the final value is more than P by 4% than the cost price. So it is just like successive percentage formula. You all know this? Successive percentage में क्या होता है net change? It is given by A plus B plus AB by 100, right? Formula सबको याद होगा, A plus B plus AB by 100, where A is the first increase, B is the second increase or change, sorry. And then finally we get the net change as A into B by 100 plus A plus B. वही use करते हैं. First increase is P, then there is a decrease of P by 4. So B is actually minus P by 4 plus A into B divided by 100. This gives me the net change, and the net change has also been given to me as P by 4. The net change is also given as P by 4. So P's can cancel out from all the places. I get 1 minus 1 by 4, which is 3 by 4. Minus P by 4 by 100, that is P by 400. It is equal to P cancelled out. It is equal to 1 by 4. So I think P by 400 is equal to 1 by 2. That means P is equal to 200. And the moment we get the value of P, I think all other things can be answered very fast then. Had he marked up by P by 2%, what does that mean now? Had he marked up by P by 2%, so can I say this P by 2% would have been 100%, right? And given a discount of P by 6%, can I say P by 6 is 100 by 3%, right? What would be his profit percentage in this case? So at this stage, you can use the formula of successive percentage as well, right? Once again, I can use it. 100% is the increase. Then there is a decrease of 100 by 3 plus 100 into minus 100 by 3 divided by 100. So this 100 cancels out with this. I get 100 minus 100 by 3 minus 100 by 3 is minus 200 by 3. That is 100 by 3, or B option is the right answer. The good thing is almost 70% of the people have answered B, which is good. Gaurav sir is clapping for all of you. So Satyanshu, Kota, Sonali, Angela, Janvi, Sanjay, सभी लोगों ने B answer दिया. Srajana, Mohan, and at the app as well, I see so many people answering correct for this B, which is a good part. Very, very good, guys. So happy to start at a positive note where so many people have given the right answer to the question. I'm sure it is understood as well. And let me repeat, right? कुछ क्वेश्चन थोड़े आसान होंगे, कुछ क्वेश्चन थोड़े से डिफिकल्ट होंगे, बट हम लोगों को एक लगता है कहीं ना कहीं इफ अ क्वेश्चन इज डिफिकल्ट इट्स अ गुड क्वेश्चन, इफ अ क्वेश्चन इज इजी इट्स नॉट अ गुड क्वेश्चन. आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज द लॉजिक बिहाइंड दैट. अ क्वेश्चन इज गुड इफ इट कैन अपीयर इन कैट, अ क्वेश्चन इज बैड इफ इट कैन नॉट अपीयर इन कैट. डिफिकल्टी लेवल से मतलब नहीं है. इट्स अ क्वेश्चन वर्थ अपीयरिंग इन कैट. आई वुड रेट इट एज अ वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन, राइट? Do like these questions. I mean, जब भी टाइम मिले करा करो. चलो जी, question number 2 on your screen now. Let me see how many of you can answer this fast enough. Here is the second question. श्रेणिक कह रहे हैं सर we could directly solve by the options. I don't think श्रेणिक मुश्किल हो जाता यार ऑप्शन से करना, तो काफी मुश्किल हो जाता है ना. पी निकालना पहले तो फिर करके
बैक ट्रैक नहीं कर सकते.
हाँ, if the question was directly asking you what is P, तब कर सकते थे वो काम. इसमें तो मुश्किल हो जाता. Here is the second question now. The more important part that I'm looking for is how fast you answer these questions. आप कितना जल्दी कर पाते हैं ये जरूरी है जानना. Shweta is the first person to answer this question, and I know there is a slight delay between app and YouTube. YouTube people might be getting it a little late, so I get the answers a little faster on the app. So Shweta has answered B, Shrenik has answered A. Now can we get some answers on YouTube as well? Shweta and Shrenik are the first two people to answer. Harsha says D, that becomes bad. Shweta B, Shrenik A, Harsha D. Umair says A, Vikas says 40%, which is
bada.
B.
It becomes bada na.
बड़ा हो गया फिर उसके बाद. उमेर ने ये आंसर दे दिया. Nobita says B, Sonali says B, Sanjaya, Pranav are saying A and B, Lakshmi is saying D, Prashant is saying B, Anjala is saying B, Satyanshu is saying B, Prashant, Vikram, Vikas सब लोग B कह रहे हैं. मोहन और बुराट ने A बोला है. Okay. So Sanjaya says 37.5, Sanidhya says D. I see Harshita giving B as the answer, Chandan giving B. So on YouTube, everyone is saying B, whereas we are getting different answers on the app. A, B, C, D, तकरीबन सब तरह के answers हैं. Let's start solving it, guys. Okay, let's start solving it. A salesman sells two kind of trousers, cotton and woolen. So cotton trousers, woolen trousers. A pair of cotton trousers is sold at 30% profit, and a pair of woolen trousers is sold at 50% profit. The point is we do not know about their cost prices. We just know that one is sold at 30% profit, one is sold at 50% profit. ध्यान दीजिएगा solution पे, that what is the right way of doing it and why are we doing it. Let us say the cost price of a cotton trouser is 100. Can we assume that? Yes. Nowhere in the question he says that you have any absolute value in terms of rupees. So I can assume it as 100. But if I assume it as 100, तो इसको मैं कुछ भी नहीं मान लूंगा अपनी मर्जी से, वो problem है. So selling price of a cotton trouser, because it is sold at 30% profit, it will be 130. And the woolen trousers are sold at a profit of 50%. I'm sure you all know 50% क्या होता है? 1/2. किसका 1/2 आराम से निकलेगा? A number should be a multiple of 2. So let us say the cost price of a woolen trouser is 2A. So the selling price will be 50% more, which is 3A. We have taken one variable till now. Cotton trousers, let us say the cost is 100, selling price is 130. Woolen trousers, let us say the cost is 2A and selling price is 3A. What next? The salesman has calculated that if he sells 100% more woolen trousers than cotton trousers, he is selling 100% more woolen trousers than cotton trousers. अब इस पे आओ जरा इस पॉइंट पे. 100% more woolen trousers than cotton trousers. So can I assume one cotton trouser is being sold and two woolen trousers are being sold? That makes it 100% more. Once again, can we take numbers? Can we assume? Yes, again we can. Nowhere in the question he has talked about number of trousers in absolute numbers. Absolute numbers जब तक ना दिया हो तब तक आप assume आराम से कर सकते हो. So in this case, what is my total cost price? 100 into 1, 2A into 2, that is 100 plus 4A. My total cost price is 100 plus 4A. And what is my selling price? He is having a profit of 45% in this case. If I look at the selling price, 130 into 1, that is 130, 3A into 2, 6A. So if this is my cost price, this is my selling price, and we have 45% profit, can I say 1.45 times of the cost is the selling price? I'm sure you all know this. With a 45% profit, we can say that cost price multiplied by 1.45 would be selling price. Harsha has a question. Why can't you assume woolen also with some constant HCP? Harsha, जब हमने एक नंबर को already assume कर लिया ना, तो सेकंड नंबर को मैं किसी भी रेशियो में कैसे अज्यूम कर सकता हूं? हाउ वुड आई नो वेदर द कॉस्ट प्राइस ऑफ ए वुलन ट्राउजर इज डबल ऑफ इट और ट्रिपल ऑफ इट और हाफ ऑफ इट? सो इफ वन नंबर हैज बीन अज्यूम्ड द अदर कैन नॉट बी अज्यूम्ड. यू कांट डू दैट. प्लीज कीप दैट इन माइंड, अदरवाइज मिस्टेक हो जाएगी उसमें. लेट्स फर्दर सॉल्व इट. इसको करते हैं. कितना आता है? 1.45 into 100 is 145. 1.45 into 4a is 5.8a. This is equal to 130 plus 6a. So 0.2a is equal to 15 and a is 15 by 0.2, that is 70. We got the value of a. And once we got the value of a, that was the only variable that we used in this question. जैसे ही a मिल गया, we got the answer. a के मिलने का मतलब this is equal to 150. इसका मतलब this is equal to 225. Now what is the question asking you? Let's have a look at this. Question क्या पूछ रहा है हमसे? Question says he ends up selling 50% more cotton trousers than woolen trousers. Cotton trousers are sold 50% more than woolen. 50% more than woolen means if woolen trousers are 2, the cotton trousers are 3. They are 50% more. तो अब देखिए जरा कॉस्ट कितना बनेगा in this case. The cost is 3 into 100 plus 2 into 150, that is 600. The selling price is 3 into 130, 390. 390 plus 450, that is equal to 840. और 600 से 840 में there is 40% profit. So my answer for this question is option B. There is a 40% profit for this second question. So yes, option B was once again the correct answer, and I see that many of you had given the right answer. I hope the solution is understood to all. That was question number 2. Very quickly we'll move on to the next question now. Question number 3 will be going like that only, very fast. Question number 3 is here. Do this. Here we have question number 3. Sir, why did it not click at first? Okay, Suraj, I mean, these things take a little time. I mean, to get into that phase where they start clicking you, right? Initially, आपको लग रहा होगा that how did you understand कि 100 ले लेना है, उसको 2a ले लेना है. When we do these such kind of questions 4 times, 5 times, then we understand that okay, these percentages tell us कि मुझे x assume करना है या 2x या 3x या 4x, that ways. Similarly, what all values can I assume? What can make my question easy? They would be understood only, I mean, after doing some questions, some practice. Here is question number 3. What is your answer, guys? Two people, A and B, need to cross a bridge. A can cross the bridge in 10 minutes. B can cross it in 5 minutes. There is also a single-seater bicycle available. And any person can cross the bridge. I think this is bridge and not bride. In 1 minute with the bicycle, then the shortest time that both men can get across the bridge is nearest to. Vikram has answered the question.
Answer ho bhi gaya. Option A. Lovely.
So we've got first answer here. Prerak has got the answer. Rupanshi got the answer. You all got the same answer that Navin sir got.
ये ऑप्शन आज ही सुना बना है.
Not able to get the question, says Haridya. Harsha got B. Okay. Your learning center has got C. Kush got A. Nadim Palli got B. Nikhil got B. Aditya got A. Badri got A. Umair got D. Shweta says A. Saket says A. Music core is saying D.
Suraj says 6 minutes.
सूरज तो Z ऑप्शन बोल रहा
Z.
है. हाँ, 6 minutes.
6 minutes. Chaliye, I think we can start doing this question as well. Okay. Okay. He says we have A who can cross the bridge in 10 minutes. B can cross the bridge in 5 minutes. There is also a single-seater bicycle available, and any person can cross the bridge in 1 minute with the bicycle. Shortest time that both men can get across the bridge is nearest to. Why some people are getting 5 as the answer? Let's first talk about that. Many of you are getting 5 as the answer. You are saying कि सर एक काम करो ना, ये तो 5 मिनट्स में चला जाएगा और इसे साइकिल दे देते हैं, 1 मिनट में ये पहुंच जाएगा. So ultimately they both can reach the other end in 5 minutes. Probably because of that, many of you are getting 5 as the answer. But just think of it. Let us say this is the bridge. So A is on a bicycle. He will take 1 minute to reach here. B is walking. He will take 5 minutes to reach here. And therefore you are saying 5 minutes is my answer because 5 minutes में दोनों पहुंच गए उधर. But just think of this. This guy reached 4 minutes earlier than that. And that did not help us. So had this guy left the cycle somewhere here and started walking from that point, and this person would have come from here, picked up the cycle and then went ahead, his time would have increased from 1 a little. His time would have decreased from 5 a little. But then the bridge could have been crossed in less than 5 minutes as well. Are you getting my point? What is the purpose of sending this guy 4 minutes earlier? फायदा क्या हो रहा है उससे? Ultimately the bridge would be crossed when the slower person crossed the bridge. अब ये जब 5 मिनट में करेगा तो वो जल्दी पहुंच के करेगा भी क्या? So tell him to leave the cycle a little before so that this guy can reach on time. Right? So by that logic, I am saying that 5 should not be my answer, or if 5 नहीं है तो 7.23 तो पक्का ही नहीं होना चाहिए. So my answer is going to be either 3.77 or 2.72. Now just think of this, that then what will give me the right answer? If I leave the cycle before, right, this guy's time would increase from 1. There is one guy who is taking 5 minutes, his time would decrease because he'll pick the cycle and he'll go on cycle. 1 को बढ़ाते रहो, 5 को कम करते रहो, there would be a stage where both of them would be equal. वो एक optimum stage है. That is the time which will be the minimum time taken by them to cross the bridge. अगर साइकिल किसी पॉइंट से पीछे छोड़ देगा तो इसका टाइम ज्यादा हो जाएगा. अगर साइकिल उस पॉइंट से आगे छोड़ देगा तो इसका टाइम ज्यादा हो जाएगा. साइकिल must be left at a point from where they take equal times. Right? So let's talk about this now. क्या करना चाहिए ऐसे केस में? So what am I doing? Let us assume the length of the bridge is 10 kilometers. So A can cross it in 10 minutes. So speed of A is 1. B can cross it in 5 minutes. So speed of B is 2. With cycle, they can cross it in 1 minute. So speed of cycle is 10. And let's say they left the cycle at a point. Let's say this is the point where they leave the cycle. So one guy covers this X kilometers walking and 10 minus X kilometers on cycle. The other guy covers X kilometers on cycle and the remaining 10 minus X walking. We just have to equate them because दोनों का time equal होना चाहिए. That's an optimum situation that we are looking at. So A, X cover करेगा walking 1 की speed से, 10 minus X cover करेगा 10 की speed से, and this guy would cover X at a speed of 10 and 10 minus X at a speed of 2. Just equate them. This gives you the answer. I think I can leave it at this stage. What is the point of solving the whole equation and giving you the right answer? The right answer is 3.77, which you will get by solving it. अब आप ये कैसे करोगे ये आप जानो. ठीक है, उसमें टाइम खराब नहीं करते हैं. We'll use the time, ठीक है, to maximum possible. जितना हम questions कर सके उतना बेहतर है.
हाँ, one more thing. Tell them that X is not the answer. They will find the value of X.
That's a good point. So ये solve करने के बाद whatever you get X, that X is not going to be the answer. X is the distance, right? After which one guy would leave the cycle. The answer would be this whole thing. Because question is asking you what is the time taken by them to get across the bridge. तो ये पूरा time या फिर वो पूरा time दोनों equal होंगे and that will be the answer. Okay guys, I hope you have understood the solution. That was question number 3. Very quickly we'll move on to question number 4. So here is question number 4 for you. ठीक है ना? I don't think it makes sense to solve all the equations and take time.
It will take a lot of time.
बल्कि हम ज्यादा questions cover कर पाएंगे ऐसे करेंगे.
बताएंगे बच्चों को नहीं आ रहा.
हाँ, मतलब at this level, if we'll solve all the equations, then it will be a waste of time for most of the students.
फिर purpose defeat हो जाएगा हमारा इसका ना. जितने ज्यादा questions करेंगे उतना अच्छा है. Of different types. Is another good question. I will give you a very good concept as well from this question. I'm sure you would like it. And if you like it, you also have to press the like button. Please keep that in mind. That's also something that you all have to do. People on YouTube, please do press the like button as well. Tarun Gupta कुछ कह रहे हैं, sir, can we also say that we need to find minimum time required they took to meet each other? Tarun, where are they meeting? They are meeting at the final point. So they are not meeting somewhere in between. Please do not assume कि वो जो पॉइंट था उनका मीटिंग पॉइंट था. दैट वाज द पॉइंट वेयर वन पर्सन लीव्स द साइकिल एंड स्टार्ट मूविंग. The other one comes later, he picks up the cycle and then they reach the point together. That was not the meeting point. Please keep it in mind. It's a slightly lengthy question, but actually conceptually very small. पड़ोसियों से भी करा दिया है. बहुत बढ़िया सत्यांश. Good. लाइक करा दिया पड़ोसियों से. Any answer that I can see? Not yet. No answer yet. Not even on app. Umair is the first person to answer. He says B, that is 4:3. Just one answer till now. Prashant 2 has got B. Aishwarya has got B. Vikram has got B. Sanjaya has got D. Okay. Karthikeyan has got E. Sharat Kumar got D. That is 5:4. Pranav has got B. Shrenik B. Tanisha B. Borat B. Nadimpalli A. Alok says C. Arushi B. Vikas E. I think we can start now. Though on YouTube we have got just 2 answers. Should have been more. Sri Lakshmi got B. Kota, Anzil, Deepak. Okay. Subharti as well. Chaliye, let's start doing it. So please pay attention towards the solution. It's a good solution, I'm sure. This will help you in many other questions as well to solve them fast enough. Okay, let's have a look. Two boats start simultaneously towards each other at different speeds from parallel and opposite banks of a lake. So this is the lake. Okay, so one boat starts from here. One boat starts from here. The question says when they pass each other for the first time, they are 300 meters from one of the banks. Let us say this is the bank from which 300 meters away are there. So this is their first meeting point, let us assume. So they meet for the first time 300 meters away from the first bank.
700.
After the first meeting, they continue to move towards the opposite bank. तो वो दूसरे ends पे पहुंचते हैं, मतलब they are coming like this. They meet and they go to their ends and then again come back. And then he says that they turn around and move towards each other once again. When they pass each other the second time, they are 200 meters from the other bank. तो इस बैंक से वो 200 meters away है. So this is the second meeting, 200 meters away from the other bank. Now, I know that there is a possibility that this point could have been here as well, right? In that case, this value in between, if I take it as x, तो वो अपने आप negative आ जाएगी अगर वो point इधर आना होगा तो उसकी चिंता मत करना. So you are just making a point randomly, which might be here, which might be here, does not make a difference. ठीक है? Now the question is find the ratio of their speeds. अब एक बात ध्यान से सुनना मेरे, आप सभी लोग. When they meet for the first time, what is the distance covered by them? The distance covered by this boat is this distance, and distance covered by that boat is this distance. So can I say together they have covered the total length of this track? I hope you all understood this. Together they have covered the length of this track. This complete length they have covered when they met for the first time. So let us say length of the track is L. So the first boat covered 300 and the second boat covered the other distance, which is L minus 300. This boat covered 300. That boat covered L minus 300. I'm not going to use L. This is just to tell you. Second time when they meet, how much distance do they cover? अब ध्यान से देखना, what is the distance covered by them? The first boat covers this distance. I hope this is okay. The first boat goes from this point to this point and comes back to the second point. The second boat covers this distance. Right? Can I say together they covered 2L now? Look at this green line. The blue line is equal to L. The green lines are equal to 2L. If they are covering 2L, that means first boat should be covering 600 and second boat should be covering twice of L minus 600. When the first boat covered 300, together they covered L. Now together they are covering 2L. So the first boat should be covering 600. अब ध्यान से देखिए first boat का distance. The boat starts from here. It goes till this point. Goes there, comes back. This all is 600. जिसमें से ये 200 है. ये आना भी 200 है. So 200 plus 200, 400. So this remaining should also be 200. Right? The total is 600. So from this point to this point, this point to this point, this point to this point is 600. जिसमें से ये आना जाना 400 तो ये 200 बचा. That means when they met for the first time, this boat covered 300, that boat covered 400. The ratio of their speeds is 3:4 or 4:3. I mean, of course, the order would change in that case. So B option is the correct answer. Again, by chance, सभी question का answer B आ रहा है. ना अभी तक सब में B ही B आया जा रहा है. I hope you all understood this solution. It's a very good solution. If you logically understand this, it will become very easy for you to answer these kind of questions. क्योंकि इमीडिएटली जैसे ही वैल्यू मिल जाती है काम हो गया और वो देख के ही आ जाता है कि डबल है एल का तो इसका मतलब डबल कर देना है. दैट्स इट. दैट्स ऑल. ओके जी. आई एम श्योर यू ऑल हैव अंडरस्टूड. सेकंड टाइम वाला रिपीट कर दीजिए. ठीक है, सेकंड टाइम वाला रिपीट कर देता हूं. देखिए फर्स्ट टाइम में आप अगर सिर्फ फर्स्ट बोट पे ध्यान दो. द फर्स्ट बोट कवर्ड 300 व्हेन दे मेट फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम. सेकंड टाइम इट हैज टू कवर डबल बिकॉज टुगेदर दे हैव कवर्ड 2L. This is the distance covered by first boat. This is the distance covered by second boat. So these two green lines together they are becoming 2L. अब अगर दोनों मिला के 2L कवर कर रही हैं तो जब L में इसका पोर्शन 300 था तो 2L में 600 रहा होगा. So that boat is going to cover 600. So this complete distance is 600 जिसमें से ये 400 आना जाना हो गया. बाकी remaining is 200. That means we get the answer. Okay. Can we use options here? I think we can. Right? कर सकते हैं. मुझे पता नहीं कितना लंबा या तो कितना छोटा बन पाएगा सॉल्यूशन उससे, लेकिन वी कैन यूज इट. शिवम वही है, अगर एल का डबल करोगे तो इसका पोर्शन डबल ही आएगा ना 600. सिंगल करोगे तो 300 आएगा. दैट्स ऑल. चलिए वेरी क्विकली विल मूव ऑन टू क्वेश्चन नंबर 5 नाउ. हियर इट इज क्वेश्चन नंबर 5. What is your answer for question number 5? It's a question which I feel that all of you can answer very fast. All of you can answer very fast. The salary of an individual increases twice in succession, first by X%, then by 2X%. If the final salary is 15 by 8 times of the original salary, find X. It's a question that can be answered very fast. सौम्या एक लॉजिक समझ रहा था हमें एक चीज का एक्चुअली. ठीक है, उसको इजी डिफिकल्ट की कैटेगरी में नहीं डालते. वी अंडरस्टूड द लॉजिक एंड नाउ व्हेन आई एम डूइंग अ क्वेश्चन आई वुड बी एबल टू डू दोस क्वेश्चंस अ लिटिल फास्टर. दैट्स द मेन पर्पस ऑफ द प्रीवियस क्वेश्चन. चलो आपको लग रही. Kota has answered it. Vikram has answered it. Harsha. Syed has answered. We've got 4 answers till now. Music Core has answered. Sujit, Aishwarya, great. Very good, guys. Shekhar, Mohit, very, very good. Sanjaya answered it. Let's start doing it. Okay? In this question, I think using options was wise enough, right? Using options could have given you the answer very fast because he's asking you X. Salary is increased by X% and 2X%. So in question number 1, option 1, X means 20. तो अगर आप 20 और 40% के increase करोगे, if you increase the salary by 20 and 40%, the net increase would be how much? It will become 12 by 10 times into 14 by 10 times, because when something increases by 20%, it becomes 12 by 10 times. Something increases by 40% becomes 14 by 10 times. So ultimately it would become 168 by 100 times. It is not becoming 15 by 8 times. So this is not my answer. Let's talk about second option. If something is increased by 30% and then 60%, so 30% is 13 by 10 times, 60% is 16 by 10 times. This also is not becoming 15 by 8. Rather, it becomes more than 15 by 8. So that means my answer should be less than 30. Less than 30 है तो ये भी नहीं होना चाहिए. So my answer is none of these. By the way, what is the right answer? Of course, one way is you can make equations. A plus B plus A into B divided by 100 is equal to the net increase. अब net increase है कितनी? If something becomes 15 by 8 times, the increase is 7 by 8 times. And 7 by 8 times means 87.5%. That's one way of doing it. This is the answer. इसका क्वाड्रेटिक बनेगा, क्वाड्रेटिक बना के सॉल्व कर लो. लेकिन वंस अगेन आई वांट टू शेयर समथिंग विद यू. एक बढ़िया सॉल्यूशन फिर से डिस्कस करता हूं, तो ध्यान दीजिएगा, तवज्जो देना. द अदर वन इज, जैसे मैंने यहां किया, इफ समथिंग बिकम्स 20%, इट बिकम्स 12 by 10 टाइम्स, 40% 14 by 10 टाइम्स, 13 by 10 टाइम्स, 16 by 10 टाइम्स, कुछ ऐसा बनेगा. इफ फाइनली समथिंग हैज बिकम 15 by 8 टाइम्स, अब ये मल्टीप्लाई करने पे नीचे तो जो भी बनेंगे ना, दे वुड बी मल्टीपल्स ऑफ 10 ओनली. सो 10 बनेगा, 100 बनेगा, 1000 बनेगा, कुछ ऐसा बनेगा. सो व्हाट इज अ मल्टीपल ऑफ 8 दैट कैन मेक इट 100 और 1000 और समथिंग? आई थिंक 8 को अगर आप मल्टीप्लाई करो 125 से तो 1000 आता है. सो इफ आई मल्टीप्लाई बाय 125, आई विल गेट 15 into 125 divided by 1000. And can't I write it as 15 by 10 into 125 by 100? देख रहे हो, मतलब 25% का इंक्रीज. 125 by 100 का मतलब 25% का इंक्रीज. 15 by 10 का मतलब 50 का इंक्रीज. और 25 और 50 एग्जैक्टली x और 2x की फॉर्म में आ रहे हैं. So my answer for this question is 25%, which was not in the options, but this is something that I wanted to discuss with you. कि आप उसको पार्ट्स में ब्रेक करके, अब यहां पे मान लीजिए x और 3x होते, तो मैं इसको थोड़ा सा और ब्रेक करके करता. या मान लीजिए एक डिक्रीज होता, तो 15 को हम लोग 5 into 3 कर देते. 1 would have become 0.5, 1 would have become something. 0.5 का मतलब 50% का डिक्रीज. दूसरे में कितना इंक्रीज आ रहा है? That means we just break them in a format which we are needing, and through that we can answer this fast. I hope you understood my point here, right? So when these kind of equations would become extremely lengthy, this is something that you can always use in these questions. Okay? That's question number 5, guys. So now I'll move ahead to question number 6, where Navin sir will come in front of you. Okay? आइए नवीन सर.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Nandesh, chalo. This is a question on modulus, algebra topic. Start. There's nothing to discuss, right? Nandesh says, sir, I have one query. My 50% syllabus still pending. Should I focus on mocks or should I complete my syllabus first? By the way, your aptitude approach for solving cons. Okay, thank you, Nandesh, on behalf of Saral sir. See, there is no syllabus, as the syllabus is infinite. I don't know why you are saying you have covered 50% of the syllabus. It's next to impossible to cover the syllabus of CAT, right? Or the competitive exams of MBA that we have in India. So since there is no syllabus, so doesn't matter how much time you take, you drop this year, you attempt for next year, the big syllabus complete nahi hoega. So the best way to learn the topics and how the questions are solved, you need to start writing a lot of topic tests, mocks, and start solving as many questions as possible. Got it, Nandesh? Why do they ask if we are giving IIT paper? So these are not IIT based questions. IIT का question दूंगा, वो आप तब समझ आएगा कि IIT का. So we need to find out the minima of this particular function, which is sum of mods here. Let's see. So Mohit has answered 6. Aditya has answered 5. Aishwarya has answered 5. Suresh has answered 2. Tushya has answered 0. Ayush has answered -1. क्या कर रहे हो guys? Sum of mods negative, Ayush. Abhay says 2, Shubham says 5, Rupanshi says 2, Kush 5, Sunny 5, Sanjaya 5, Nikhil 5, Harsh 5, Priya 2, Syed 1.75, Rushikesh 2, Sonali 2, Satyanshu 2, Vrinda 5, Mohan 6, Nadim 5. Kushal. What? Negative? Guys, X की value नहीं पूछ रहे, है ना? They're asking you the overall minimum value of this particular function. They're not asking you at what value of X you will get the minimum. Of course, you need to calculate that in order to solve this, right? So right now, I don't think I have seen anyone answering it correct. So people are answering 2, 5 majorly, especially on YT, 2 and 5 are spammed. Even on the app, we see 2 and 5 most. No. So how do we solve questions on minima ka question when you have sum of mods? So the first step, how many mods are here? Jaldi batao. How many mods are here? Namrata has answered, Yash has answered. Total कितने mods हैं इधर? $15. 5 नहीं है. It is disguised as 5. What actually happens is the first one will remain. Okay, the first one will remain x plus 1 mod. Next wale mein what you do is you take out 2 common, you are left with x plus 1 by 2. In the third one, you take out 3 and you will be left with x plus 1 by 3. In the next one, you take out 4. And then you will be left with x plus 1 by 4. And in the last one, you take out 5, you will be left with x plus 1 by 5. So when I say 2 times of mod of x plus 1 by 2, I am saying there are 2 mods there. When I say 3 times of mod of x plus 1 by 3, there are 3 mods. Yeah, actually, now in short, it is written like this. If I expand it for people who are not aware, I can write this one like this. So, 2 हैं उधर, 1 नहीं है. Similarly, this can be broken down as x plus 1 by 3 plus mod of x plus 1 by 3 plus mod of x plus 1 by 3. So this is what the next one is going to look like. This is going to be written as x plus 1 by 4 ka mod 4 times, right? So this is x plus 1 by 4 ka mod 4 times. I shouldn't be writing it down exactly, but I know कि अगर मैंने ये पूरा नहीं लिखा ना, I will start getting queries कि सर ये कैसे आया. So this is what we are going to have in the next one. And the last one is 5 mods. Sum of 5 mods where each mod is x plus 1 by 5 ka mod. So that will result in x plus 1 by 5 plus x plus 1 by 5 plus mod of x plus 1 by 5. I'm going to write it right here, plus mod of x plus 1 by 5 plus mod of x plus 1 by 5. ये आपका last term से आया. So if you count the total number of mods, you will realize that there are actually 15 mods and not 5. Now, once this is done, which is the middle value here, right? So 15 mods hai. There are 15 mods. So you will be counting 7 mods from one side or 7 mods from the other. And the 8th one is going to be the middle one, right? Consider it like this. If you have 15 values, which is the middle value or which is the median here, it will be the 8th term, right? So the 8th term here, so the 8th term here is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. ये है आपका. So at x is equal to minus 1 by 4, you will be getting the minimum. What you need to do is put minus 1 by 4 और उसको solve करके बताओ कितना आ रहा है. Students, most of them knew कि 5 mods हैं इधर.
हाँ, so -1/3 के लिए निकाला होगा ना बच्चों ने?
नहीं, probably they found not the value, x निकालो.
x निकालो,
x भी नहीं निकाला,
तो नहीं
fraction भी नहीं आया, नहीं. So they did not know कि there are actually 15 mods hidden as 5 mods.
तो बच्चों ने -1/3 के लिए कर दिया होगा ना?
नहीं, वो भी नहीं कर.
फिर क्या किया?
इसका आंसर बच्चों ने दिया 2 या 5.
क्यों?
So मेरे को डर था कि नहीं लिखूंगा तो.
अच्छा, इसलिए
मुझे लग रहा है 0 -1 by 0 -1 1 ट्राई करके देख लिया.
वैसे ही कुछ. इन्फिनिटी. वाह सूरज.
मिनिमा इन्फिनिटी.
Minima infinity तो नहीं है. Minima is minus infinity. Quickly, if you put -1 by 4, what are you going to get? So Sayed says 1.75. Tushya says 1.25. So is it 1.25, 1.5, 1.75? Because I see all of those. I even see 2.75 by Karthikeyan. Surendra says 1.75. Karthik says 1.75. Come on, guys. -1 by 4 put karna. The moment you put -1 by 4, this is gone. Right? So you, as in, this is gone. You have to solve only these 4 terms. So this is 1 minus 1 by 4. So this will result in 3 by 4. And this is going to be -1 by 2 plus 1. So this is 1 by 2. This is going to be -3 by 4 plus 1, which is 1 by 4. And the last one is going to be -5 by 4 plus 1, which is another 1 by 4. So these are the values that we are getting from each mod. Instead of 1 by 2, I would rather take this as 2 by 4. Right? So that the denominator is same. So we get 3, 2, 1, 1, which will result in 7 by 4. 1.75 is the answer. ये करना था. So this could have been solved much quicker. The kind of answers that I was looking at in the app as well as on YT forced me to write this entire thing. It was very simple. The number of mods that you see in these such questions on minima or maxima is not what you see. It is only taken as a single mod if the coefficient of x is 1 every time or it is same every time. Right? 1 bolo ya same bolo, same thing. So since we have different coefficients of x, so you need to count how many x's are there. There are 15 x's. And out of those 15 x's, you need to find out the median value. Okay? At that median value, you will be getting minima or maxima, whatever is asked. Chalo, let's move on to the next question now. अरिथमेटिक का क्वेश्चन. सो अरिथमेटिक के राजा को देते हैं. आइए सरल सर.
If last question asked maxima, करते का maxima infinity. x जितना बढ़ाओगे बढ़ता चला जाएगा. All of them were in positives ना. तो बढ़ाते चले जाओ, increase होता चला जाएगा. If number of mods are even, then what is the value of x? Shiva Kumar, in that case, you take the middle two values. अभी जैसे odd थी उसमें 15 values were there, you took 8th. If 14 values are there, you take 7th and 8th. उन दोनों पे मतलब 7th और 8th अगर अलग अलग भी हैं तो उस पूरी रेंज पे मिनिमा आता है, पूरी रेंज पे 7 से 8 तक की. आज के क्वेश्चंस देख के डर लग रहा है. See, these are I can say the difficult questions of CAT, right? Moderate or moderately difficult आप ऐसा बोल सकते हैं. Of course, CAT has got easy questions as well. CAT has got below moderate as well. These are slightly on the difficult side. So for maxima also median value would have been taken. No, Tarun Gupta, maxima तो सीधा infinity है. अगर सारे mods add हो रहे हैं तो maxima infinity होता है. So here is another question. 7 students of a class got different marks in an exam of 100 marks. Exam of 100 means that no one can get more than 100, of course. The arithmetic mean of their marks was 88, whereas the median of their marks was 92. What can be the maximum possible difference between marks of two students? Please assume that all marks are going to be in integers, which is not written over here. But वो assume कर लेना कि सारे marks integers में. Abhay has given the answer as 34. Yash Jadhav says 46. हाँ 34 तो है ही नहीं. Abhay. Sonali has got 61. Sonali 61 is also not there in the options.
Abhay probably might be saying
Shiv has got, हाँ हो सकता है 54.
Sonali 60 बोल रही है.
Tushya has got B 46. Ajay Bhai has got 46. Okay. Soumya got 46. Meet Bedmutha has got 46. Sanjay got A. Sonali got B. Kush got B. Shekhar got B. Arushi got B. Anzil got B. Now many people are again getting B. Looks like मेरे ज्यादातर क्वेश्चंस का आंसर B ही आता है. वो है ना उधर ही लगा. Okay, let's start solving it then. 7 students of a class got different marks in an exam of 100 marks. So when he talks about median, he talked about arranging the marks in an increasing or decreasing order. कोई भी एक order ले लेता हूं. So let us say it is an increasing order. So when he says arithmetic mean of their marks is 88, that means the total sum of their marks is 88 into 7. Whereas the median of their marks was 92, so that means the middle score is 92. Median is 92 का मतलब middle score is 92 और वहां right side में आपका total sum जो आ जाएगा that will be 88 into 7. What can be the maximum possible difference between the marks of two students? So maximum possible difference would be there between maximum and minimum, right? सबसे ज्यादा difference तो maximum और minimum में आएगा, वही मेरा आंसर है. तो बहुत सिंपल सा क्वेश्चन हो गया मेरे ख्याल से. If I want to maximize it, right, I would try to keep them closest possible to 92 because they all are above 92. So I'll take this score as 93. I'll take this score as 94. And I'll try to take this score as 100, right? The maximum possible score of a person can be 100. तो ये 93, 94 लेके वो 100 ले दिया because they all have got different marks. Otherwise तो मैं दोनों को 92 ही ले लेता. अब 93, 94 लेके 100 ले लेते हैं. And I want to minimize this as well so that this gap is maximized. इसको minimize करने के लिए I'll take this as 91 and I'll take this as 90. At this stage though, I would not suggest कि आपको जो है यहां पे आके you should be actually calculating 88 into 7 and subtracting all of them. When the numbers are close to each other, it is better to use that concept of, आपको याद होगा अगर कहीं पर, so it is better to use the concept of that deviation, right? कि deviate कितना कर रहा है यहां पे, right? Now the question is, if I can take this as 100, right, and I can't take it more than 100, and I want to minimize it, so I have kept these numbers very close to 92. Shouldn't I be keeping these numbers 98 and 99 rather than 93 and 94? Ultimately the sum is fixed. जितने numbers बड़े होंगे उतना ही ये छोटा होता चला जाएगा. This cannot go above 92, so this can be maximum 91. This cannot be above 90. But these two scores can be increased, right? So their sum is not limited. If their sum was limited, तो इनको कम करके उसको बढ़ा लेता. But anyways, it is not going above 100. So therefore, I can take them as 98 and 99 as well. So अब आप deviation का use कर सकते हो. अगर deviation use करोगे, this is 12 more than 88. This is 11 more than 88. This is 10 more than 88. Sorry, 88. हाँ, 88 ना. And this is कितना ये? 4 more than 88, 3 more than 88, and 2 more than 88. 3 plus 2, 5 plus 4, 9 plus 10, 19, 30, 42. So these numbers are 42 more than 88. So this number is going to be 42 less than 88. 88 minus 42 कितना आ जाएगा ये? 46. So the minimum possible score is 46. The maximum possible score is 100. Question is asking the maximum possible difference between them. So difference is 100 minus 56, which is 54. So A option is the right answer for this question. और मैं देख रहा हूं कुछ लोगों ने A correct answer दिया भी था. Sir, wouldn't we take the figures after 92 as 100? Yes, we have taken. अच्छा शायद आपने उससे पहले बोला मेरे ख्याल से. तुष्या ने भी बोला हुआ है. Why not 98 and 99? ना तो ये तो अच्छा मुझे लगा था मैं ये बाद में आराम से वो करूंगा. Okay, so many of them had given the answer as B. Probably 46 आपने smallest score बता दिया. Question was asking you the maximum possible difference between them. Okay, maximum possible difference between them. Who are you? I think I am Saral Nashier.
I think you are.
Can we go somewhere with A? Can we go somewhere with A?
जाओ आयुष बिल्कुल जाओ.
A plus 1 by 2. अच्छा.
A plus
Not
L,
B this
A plus
time,
L by 2. First term plus last term upon 2 उसने ये बोला.
अच्छा first plus last. नहीं नहीं, these are not in AP series, so probably that cannot be done. Ayush. चलो जी, let's move on to the next question. And once again, algebra के राजा from arithmetic.
So, this series, some of this series, not exactly an arithmetic or geometric series. Okay. Now, this is a question which may look very difficult, but it is not difficult. This is a question which I believe most of you may have already solved like 5, 6, 10 times before. Not in class with us. Apart from that, even if you are practicing, you are going to write this CS CAT all by yourself or studying all by yourself, you may have come across a question like this, not exactly this, many times in algebra. When you guys were solving sequences in series, ये आया था. Taken second and third value as less than 90, 91 as well to reduce the value first to further the minimum. Okay, Tarun, Naikosh, harmonic series का sum तो निकाल ही नहीं सकते. So the moment you think that it is a harmonic series, you should realize कि नहीं है. It looks like harmonic. Mohan Gaurav sir will come. He will be taking geometry. So everybody please go ahead and solve. For Tarun, I'm giving you an example, Tarun. Tarun, if you have okay, so Tarun, if you have sum of two numbers as let's say 100, I'm giving an example so that you understand this. Okay, Tarun, 100. If I take this as 100, this is going to be 0. If I take this as 99, this is going to be 1. If I take this as 51, this is going to be 49. Right? If I only ask you that I want to minimize this, can I say since this sum is constant, I need to maximize the other two? दूसरी वैल्यू को जितना बढ़ाओगे, पहली वाली वैल्यू उतनी कम होती चली जाएगी. Agreed? Same logic was used in the previous one. इनको जितना बढ़ाओगे ये उतना कम होते जाएगा. Now within this group now इनको जितना बढ़ाओगे this will further decrease. It's like weight. If you're putting 100 gram here and if you put 20 grams overall 120, if you put 60 it becomes 60. It's not about balancing things out. Got it now? I hope this is clear. So that's why you can't take 93 and 94, or you can't take less than 90s as the second and the third value. Triangular numbers. I don't know what triangular numbers are. Priya. Raj, you are close. No one has answered so far. Is it that difficult? Very good, Chirag. Very good, Ashwarya. I mean, your answers look to be close to what the answer should be. Now, this is a kind of question which can come in CAT, and where students will leave it assuming that this is moderate or difficult question. But this is not difficult. This is moderate or below moderate. Saad and Mohit has also answered. Sanjay has also answered on YT. Good, Sanjay. Riddhu has answered. Riddhu, why am I seeing you for the first time? Chalo, solve karte hain. Okay, before we start with the solution, I would just like to remind you guys that this is something that you guys may have done before. Just tell me yes or no. 1 by 1 into 2 can be written as 1 by 1 minus 1 by 2. 1 by 2 into 3 can be written as 1 by 2 minus 1 by 3. And so on. 1 by n into n plus 1 can be written as partial fractions difference as 1 by n minus 1 by n plus 1. This is one of the series that you guys may have solved while doing sequences in series. Tell me yes or no. Do you guys know this? 1 divided by product of two consecutive numbers can be written as difference of one of the values in the denominator and the second one. करा हुआ ये? सबने करा होगा. करा है ना? ठीक है. So let's solve this. I'm going to write the first one as x by 1. The next term as x by, what is the sum of 1 plus 2 plus 3 and so on? 1 से लेके n तक का sum is given as last number into 1 more than the last number divided by 2. So if I look at this particular denominator right now, and if I say n is equal to 2, can I write this as 2 into 3 by 2? Just the denominator. I know इसका आंसर 3 आएगा, 2 cancel हो जाएगा, but don't cancel it out. ऐवे ही छोड़ दो इसको. Leave it as such. Don't touch it. Okay? Similarly, can I write the next denominator as 3 into 4 whole divided by 2? Similarly, can I write down the next denominator as 4 into 5 whole divided by 2? And so on. The last denominator as 2023 into 2024 whole divided by 2. Now, once this is done, you can see that there is a pattern in the denominator. So what I would like to do is, I like to convert the first denominator also in the same way. 1 ki jagah, can I write this as 1 into 2 by 2? लिख सकते हैं ना? 1 ही है, but written in a different way. Now, the denominator's denominator is the numerator. So the 2's will come with x. So you will have 2x whole divided by 1 into 2 plus 2x whole divided by 2 into 3 plus 2x whole divided by 3 into 4. And this continues. And finally, we will have 2x divided by 2023 into 2024. And I'm not equating with 2023. I'm just talking about the LHS as of now. You can take out 2x common, and then you will be left with 1 by 1 into 2 using this as 1 by 1 minus 1 by 2. The second one as 1 by 2 minus 1 by 3. And so on. The last one being 1 by 2023 minus 1 by 2024. I hope there is no issue so far. Yahan tak. Right? Okay. What you will find is these negative, positive, consecutive terms all will cancel out. You will be left with this first term and the last term. Now, some of you guys would already know this. This is kind of a shortcut to you if you have practiced enough. कि आपके पास पहला और last fraction बचता है. In other words, you will be left with only this number in the denominator and this number in the denominator. Every other denominator values, they vanish. So our LHS now becomes 2x. 1 minus 1 by 2024 is 2023 all divided by 2024. And now if I equate with the RHS, this is given as 2023. I hope now you guys know the value. So the value of x will turn out to be 2024 ka half, which is 1012. Now, I have written some steps which are not required if you have solved questions like these before, isn't it? So, do you think it was a difficult question? No. Tricky though. You know? Tricky as in, you shouldn't be worried about looking at the denominator ki yaar bada difficult hai. You should be able to convert it into something that you know it. So, patiently simplify the denominators. Now, someone said, I think Bhorat said, that this looks like a harmonic progression. But the harmonic progression ka sum ka koi formula nahi hota. I don't believe anyone has ever read it. You guys may have read it, harmonic series, what it is. You may have read about the general term of a harmonic series. But harmonic series ka sum ka formula nahi pada hoga. There is a reason you haven't read it, because there is no such formula that exists. So, if it looks like harmonic series, there is going to be some trick involved, isn't it? Right, Sujit? Yes. Now, let's move over to the next question. Geometry, G for geometry, G for Gourav sir. Here he comes.
Hi friends, good afternoon. Good afternoon all of you. So quickly have a look at this question. Not give you any introduction. So look at this question and quickly solve and give me the answer. So again, no options. So you can write whatever your answer is. It's not necessary that this ratio will be an integer, okay? Or any of these will be an integer, okay? Not necessarily. Sir, will these questions be same in CAT examination? Sir, ये CAT के questions हैं CAT 2023 के?
अभी भेजने हमें.
अच्छा, नहीं. So सरल सर बोल रहे हैं नहीं, वो हम कल बैठ के बनाएंगे CAT 23 के questions and then we'll send IIM लखनऊ को हम questions भेज देंगे.
और इसमें से जो बच जाएगा वो बैंगलोर अगले साल यूज कर लेंगे.
हाँ, अगर हमने थोड़े ज्यादा questions बना दिए. अगले साल कैलकाटा करा रहा है. Okay. No, Sujit, obviously, how can we make the exact questions which will be coming in CAT examination? So we cannot. So also these are not previous year paper questions of CAT. These are some different questions that we have made by ourselves. So in the figure ACB,
the difficulty level.
Sir, will these questions be same in CAT? I mean the difficulty also. Sujit, mention karna yaar. So Sujit, again, like I cannot be precise, I cannot be accurate about the level of difficulty.
This is CAT question.
But you can expect such questions, such level of difficulty in CAT examination. हाँ, CAT में ये चीज मिल सकती है, बिल्कुल. So not only this question, but Saral sir ने जो question करा है, Navin sir ने question करा है, can expect this level of difficulty in CAT examination. Also not for every question. हर question इतना difficult नहीं होगा. So in CAT, out of let's say 22 questions, if you'll get in quant section, so उसमें से 9 to 10 questions तो easy होते ही हैं, below moderate level of difficulty.
Just like this one.
हाँ, ये भी easy है, इतना ज़्यादा difficult नहीं है. एक दो फॉर्मूले पता होने चाहिए ज्योमेट्री में एंड दिस क्वेश्चन विल बी डन. बहुत आसान क्वेश्चन है. No, Sujit, not teasing you, but I'm being practical. Okay, so level of difficulty wise, fine. This is the questions that we are covering are slightly on higher level of difficulty, but some of them may come in the examination. No, Soumya, you cannot download these lectures from the application. Definitely not downloadable videos, but you can watch these videos, so they will be probably available in the recorded form, and YouTube पे तो available होगा ही. YouTube पे तो we will not be erasing this. YouTube पे last year का marathon available है. So once you are done with this marathon, you can watch the marathon session which we took the last year as well. So it is available on YouTube. Okay, चलिए solve करते हैं. Now, a few important things that will be required in this question, that will be used, that we have taught in lectures. So one of them is Pythagorean triplets. That will be useful. Second thing is how to calculate the value of in radius, uska formula using the area of triangle. Fine. So these are very small things that will be used in this question. Okay. So first of all, right angle triangle given hai, two sides given hai uski. So AC is given as 40. Figure is obviously not drawn to scale. Huh? So this one is 40 and this one is 30. Okay. So 40 and 30. So using Pythagoras theorem, I can say that AB का length कितना हो जाएगा? It will be 50. Okay. So Pythagorean triplet में ये चीज solve नहीं करने वाला. Now after that, C and from C a perpendicular is dropped, as you can see. So CD is perpendicular, so CD का value calculate कर लेते हैं. So CD का value again area of triangle के formula से calculate कर लो. Otherwise you can say that AC, this side multiplied by this side, the product of two perpendicular sides will be equal to the product of hypotenuse and this altitude. Okay, so 40 multiplied by 30 divided by 50 will be the length of CD, right? So length of CD मैं यहाँ पे लिख देता हूँ. So it will be 40 multiplied by 30 divided by 50 and it will come out to be 24. So CD का length 24 आ जाएगा. Okay, we can write it here. Now once again in these two triangles, the two smaller triangles, I can use the Pythagoras theorem and can calculate the value of AD and BD. Okay. So hypotenuse is 40, this is 24. So you can use the 3, 4, 5 वाला जो Pythagorean triplet होता है. So take 8 common from these two. अगर 8 यहाँ से common लिया तो ये 5 बन जाएगा और ये 3 बन जाएगा. So this should be 4. So 4 into 8 is 32. So AD will come out to be 32, right? So this will be 32. Complete length is 50. So BD will be 50 minus 32. That is 18, right? So we have got these lengths, which will not take more than 30 seconds to calculate, right? Okay. अब आगे चलते हैं. Triangle number 1 on the left hand side CDA. इसके लिए हमें small r की value calculate करनी है. Okay, in radius. So in radius formula होता है area of triangle half into base into height is equal to small r into small s. Right? ठीक है? तो वो formula use कर सकते हैं. So half into area of this triangle 32 into 24. हाँ, right angle triangle के लिए वो भी कर सकते हैं. ठीक है? This is equal to small r into small s. इसका कितना हो जाएगा? 72, 96, 96 upon 2, 48. So 48 will be small s. So the value of r will come out to be 32 upon 4, that is 8. So in radius for this will be equal to 8. Clear? And similarly in radius for the second triangle. Calculate kar lo. It will come out to be 6. Okay. So in radius for this is 8. In radius for this is 6. Done? Now we have to find out the value of PQ. So PQ is the distance between the centers of these two circles, right? So if I'll draw a right angled triangle and let me call this as R, right? So the length of PR will be equal to the radius of this circle plus the radius of this circle. Okay. So length of PR is equal to 8 plus 6, that is 14, and length of QR will be equal to the difference of the radius of these two circles. This complete minus this, or obviously ये वाला circle बड़ा होगा, ठीक है? This circle will be larger than this, so the difference between the radius of these two circles, that is equal to 2. So QR will be equal to 2. Okay, so now you have PR and QR available. Using Pythagoras theorem, you can find out the value of PQ. Okay, so using this, the value of PQ will come out to be under root of 14 square plus 2 square, that is equal to under root of 200. So got the value of PQ. You already have the value of AB, and you can calculate the ratio of PQ and AB. All right. So simple question. Just to make this process fast, you need to know few things like how to calculate in radius, how to calculate the lengths given in right angle triangle. Okay. So PQ का value आ गया, AB का value पता है already. You can write the ratio of these two sides. Okay, let's move on. Look at the next question. Okay, next question. Another question on geometry. How QR is equal to 2? Okay, now QR, this length is equal to the difference between these two radii. Okay, difference between these two radii is QR. So one of the radius is 8, another radius is 6. You can take the difference. Sir, why not value of PQ as the sum of both radius? Okay, so हाँ कौन सा है ये ना. Okay, this is the reason, because if you look at Q point up till P, right? So this straight line which is joining P and Q, this line is meeting these two circles at different points. So the circles are touching somewhere here, as you can see, and PQ is passing through this. All right, so that is why the length between P and R is not equal to the sum of the radius of these two circles. Simple as that. Okay, चलिए next question पे चलते हैं. Question number 10. Okay, next question. In the figure below, the circle has a chord AB of length 10 centimeters. So this AB is the chord, which makes an angle of 60 degrees at the center of the circle. Both points A and B are lying on the circle. ABCD, as shown in the diagram, is a rectangle. OX is perpendicular bisector of AB. So you'll have to take point X, Y, and Z yourself, as explained. So OX is perpendicular bisector of AB, intersecting the chord AB at X. The arc AB at point Y and CD at point Z. So यहाँ से एक line start होगी perpendicular bisector to AB, and it will be extended up till CD. Okay. You are given that OY and YZ are equal. So you have to find the area of the region enclosed by the line segments AZ and ZB. You'll have to mark Z yourself. And the arc BYA, area enclosed.
कल मैंने सॉल्व कर रखा, मैंने भेज दिया, मैंने देख लिया, मैं इसका नंबर बोल रहा हूँ, ये मैंने कर दिया.
So first of all, let me complete this figure as per given in this question. So O is the center. From O, now this is point X, this is point Y, and this is point Z. Okay, so we have X, Y, and Z. Clear? Now, first of all, let us understand which area do we have to calculate. So we have to find out the area enclosed by the line segments AZ. So AZ is this. ZB is this. Okay. And the arc BYA. So we have to find out this area. So as I can visualize how to calculate area of this shaded portion, it will be area of triangle AZB, area of triangle AZB minus area of this portion. What do we call this portion as? Segment, area of segment. So minus area of segment, right? So area of triangle AZB minus area of segment is how we can calculate the area of shaded portion, right? So let me erase this shaded portion first of all and talk about how to find out the area of triangle AZB. Okay? Now, area of triangle AZB can be calculated by using the formula half into base into height, where AB is the base and height of the triangle will be XZ. Okay? So to find out area of this triangle, I need AB and I need the distance between X and Z. Clear? Now let's see what all is given to us. Now AB is the chord of length 10 centimeters such that it makes an angle of 60 degrees. So a chord which is making an angle of 60 degree at the center of the circle, that means it is making an equilateral triangle. So this triangle OAB will be an equilateral triangle, right? So where this is 10 and AB is already given as 10. Clear? अब मुझे क्या चाहिए? मुझे XZ का लेंथ चाहिए. So XZ is equal to XY plus YZ. Okay? So XY plus YZ is equal to XZ, right? I calculate XY, I'll calculate YZ, and we'll get the answer. Done. Now they have also mentioned that OY and YZ are equal. Now what is OY? OY is the radius of the circle. Okay. Now radius of the circle is 10. So length of OY and YZ both will be equal to 10 centimeters. So I already have the value of YZ. So this value is given as 10, or I have calculated it as 10. Done. So YZ का value पता लग गया. Now XY का value calculate करते हैं. Now how to calculate the value of XY, this part. Now the value of XY will be equal to OY minus OX. So I'll write it here. So the value of XY will be equal to OY minus OX. Now OY is the radius of this circle, which is 10, minus OX. OX is the altitude of altitude of equilateral triangle. Okay. Now altitude of equilateral triangle formula root 3 upon 2s. ये याद होनी चाहिए value. So altitude of equilateral triangle root 3 by 2s, ये पता होना चाहिए. Done. S का value 10 है. So OX will be equal to root 3 upon 2 multiplied by 10. So that will be 10 minus 5 root 3. So this is the value of XY. I'll substitute here. Okay? So 10 minus 5 root 3 plus 10 will be equal to 20 minus 5 root 3. Done? So this is the value of XZ. Clear? Now XZ का value calculate कर लिया. AB का value already पता है. You can find out the area of AZB. So area of AZB calculate करते हैं. This will be equal to half multiplied by AB, which is 10, multiplied by XZ, which is 20 minus 5 root 3. Okay. So this is the area of triangle AZB. Clear? Now next is area of segment. अब area of segment के लिए भी थोड़ी सी मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी. So थोड़ा सा ये पोर्शन इरेज कर देते हैं. लेंदी क्वेश्चन है, definitely. Now area of this segment let's calculate that. It will be sector minus triangle. So area of sector will be pi r square upon 6. Central angle 60 degrees hai, so it will be 1/6 the area of complete circle. Pi r square upon 6 minus area of triangle. Triangle is equilateral triangle, root 3 upon 4 side square, right? So pi r square upon 6, r का value 10 है, so 100 upon 6, that is 50 upon 3 pi minus root 3 upon 4 side square, side is given as 10. So that is 25 root 3. Okay, so this is the area of the segment. Nice. So area of AZB, triangle AZB यहाँ पे है, simplify करो. Area of segment वहाँ पे calculate कर दिया है. Take the difference of these two and you will get the answer. Okay, so that's it about this question. कोई कुछ नहीं बोलेगा. Done? चलें आगे, next question पे आए. Next question. Next question is base systems. Okay. Any answer? A two-digit number A in base 11 is 1/3 of the number formed by reversing its digits when considered in base 19. How many such numbers are possible? Gautam says, forgotten the base concept. Sonali, you are asking the final answer of previous question. I believe कहाँ है? दीपक ने calculate करके दिया हुआ है. So I don't know. मतलब Sonali, I have given you two different portions. You just have to take the difference of those. ठीक है? So not waste time on that.
माइनस क्या हुआ? एक और माइनस हुआ.
Yes. No answers?
साकेत को 2.
2. Saket says 2. So let's consider this two-digit number as AB. When written in base 11. This is equal to 1/3 of the number formed by reversing the digits. So digits reverse कर दिए, B A बना दिया. Okay. And this second number is in base 19. Base 19. Right? Now this is the equation. If I'll convert both these numbers in base 11 and base 19 in the base 10. So this number will become 11A plus B. That is equal to 1/3 of 19B plus A. Okay? Simplify this. Cross multiply करके simplify करो. 33 minus A, 32A is equal to 19 minus 3, 16B. So A upon B का value कितना आ गया? 1/2. Alright. So A and B are two single digit numbers. जिनका maximum value कितना हो सकता है? So 11 is the base. So number of digits in base 11 will be equal to 11, right? So individually A and B का value क्या क्या हो सकता है? In base 11, what can be the possible digits? They are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then capital A. Right? Oh, 10 नहीं आएगा. I'm sorry. So 10 is capital A. Fine. So these are the possible digits which are allowed in a number whose base is 11. Okay? Such that the ratio of A and B is 1 upon 2. So A और B का क्या क्या value हो सकता है? The ratio is 1 upon 2. So A can be 1, B can be 2. A can be 2, B can be 4. 3 and 6. 4 and 8. 5 and uska double A. Right? So these are the possibilities for the number small a and small b जो digits हैं उनकी ये possibilities हो सकती हैं. So question was how many such numbers are possible? So this will make 5 such numbers and your answer will be equal to 5. So Irshad and Angela have given the correct answer. Okay? Yes sir. So max 10. I'll say A. So 10 नहीं होता यहाँ पे A. 0, 0, 0 और 0 का रेशियो 1 upon 2 तो मेरे ख्याल से नहीं होता, right? So it cannot be 0, 0. Okay? Irshad, it cannot be 0, 0, right?
0, 0 is not a 2-digit number.
हाँ, it's not a 2-digit number. 0, 0 basically it's not a 2-digit number. Okay? So you cannot take both A and B as 0 and 0. In fact, if it's the 2-digit number, so left digit cannot be 0. It has to be a non-zero digit.
Monica, 3-digit number base 11.
3-digit number को base 11 में कैसे लिखेंगे? Okay. So Monica, if this is in base 11, so it will be A multiplied by 11 square plus B multiplied by 11 raised to the power 1 plus C multiplied by 11 raised to the power 0. Okay? If it's a 4-digit number, 11 का एक और पावर आ जाएगा, 11 raised to the power 3 हो जाएगा. ठीक है ना? So this is how we write 2-digit numbers or 3-digit numbers in base 11. चलिए next question पे चलते हैं. So answer for this question is 5. Can also be 7C, D, 9E. Okay. So Neeraj, you are saying 6B. Now Neeraj, 6B, 7C and so on. Fine. Now these digits B and C, if I take B and C as the digits, they will not be possible in base 11. Now base 11 में maximum जो digit होगा, I have written here. So up till capital A. So these are the digits which are available when I'm writing a number in base 11. उसके ऊपर नहीं जा सकते हम. ठीक है? ये same गलती. Okay, चलिए next question पे चलते हैं. Question number 12. Okay, so ये question क्या है? अजीब लग रहा है question मेरे को तो. So algebra का question. Okay, so algebra कौन solve करेगा? आइए.
So welcome back everyone. So this is the last question of quant. Right after this we will start with VARC. Vikrant sir is here. So let's not waste time. बहुत ही simple question है. जल्दी solve करो. Quick. If x is equal to root 5 minus 1, then find the value of x raised to 4 plus 4x cubed plus 4x square. If you guys have solved questions like these, irrational values of x with a combination of x later on, then you may have realized that they always follow a pattern, right? No. हाँ. क्या? करते order. Very good, Sanjay. Sanjay on YT. Holesh. Missed by a bit. Rajdeepak, very good. On app. Gautam, forgotten the base concept. Gautam कर लो. ZAT में तो आएगा. नहीं सत्यांशु, विक्रांत सर अपना VARC सॉल्व करेंगे. गुड आदित्य, गुड सोनाली, हर्षा, no, Navneet, good, Badri, no, missed, Chirag, good. Mohit, good. Satyanshu, good. Anjila, good. Pretty simple, right? All you have to do is take x square common from here. You will be left with x square plus 4x plus 4. And this becomes x square. And this is nothing but square of x plus 2, isn't it? A square plus b square plus 2ab. Now, if x is this, x plus 2 would be root 5 plus 1. So instead of x, if I write its given value, I will be getting root 5 minus 1 ka whole square. And instead of x plus 2, if I write its corresponding value, I'll get root 5 plus 1 ka whole square. Now what I can write is root 5 minus 1 into root 5 plus 1 is pure ka whole square because the powers are same. So I will bring all the bases together. Now this is of the form a minus b into a plus b, which gives us a square minus b square, which will result in plain and simple 5 minus 1 whole square, which gives you 4 square, that is 16. Straightforward, simple. All you need to do was start with the expression and convert it into something that will help you put the value, which is irrational value of x. Straightforward. It makes things easier, right? So that's all from our side. Right now, we will come back after VARC with LRDI. Okay, so everyone, please stay tuned. Please welcome Vikrant sir.
So I am here basically to give you some break from Quant, DI, LR. Huh? So I am the breather in between. So, but what I'll do is I am right here with you from now on, but you will not see me for the next 10-15 seconds because I need to go ahead and upload my PPT here. And in the interim, if you happen to have any question, any issue, any concern which is not related to all of these strange symbols, you can of course go ahead and put that in the chat box down below, right? So could you help me with the PPT? You can cut out the camera feed and just keep me on the audio. So I'll just send me the questions. Come on, fast. I can at least be with you in through the audio, and then I can take up a couple of questions. So Satyanshu is clapping. Chalo, thankfully somebody is happy to see me. And who else, yaar? Oh, we have plenty of people. Okay, those of you who are joining me on the app, you know that you struggle to solve reading comprehension passages because when I take you to the question, you are not able to go back to the passage. So what I've done is that I am going to share a PDF with you in the chat, a link for a PDF view in the chat. That link will have all the paragraphs that I'm using for the summary based questions. And apart from that, it will also have all the passages that I am going to share with you. So what that means is that whenever you go ahead and look at a question, be it a summary question or a comprehension question, you will always be able to refer to the written content using that PDF. Then what about parajumbles? Parajumbles are going to be on the screen throughout, so you don't exactly need it there. Nobita, some tips for para summary. Okay, so actually, right at the beginning of this session, I in reality do have some para summary questions, but then first up, even if you get these wrong, don't worry. You notice, strength does not come from winning. Your struggle develops your strengths. Said by somebody that a lot of us actually go on to idolize, huh? Arnold Schwarzenegger. Why? I'm not able to change the colors. Where are the better color options for us? Okay, there they are. So even if you get these wrong, please realize that each one of these mistakes is actually making us better. And considering that I plan to start with para summary questions, I'll quickly tell you what I do. I read the paragraph, I take out the key ideas, then I go to the answer choices and I use elimination. Now, on what basis do I eliminate? The very first thing that I look for is a distortion. So it can be a distortion of some fact that is mentioned in the paragraph. It can be a distortion of the main idea itself. And at times when the examiner wants to make it difficult, it can even be a distortion of the tone. When they want to be really naughty, really troublesome, then they can do that. So any option that has a factual distortion or a distortion of main idea or a distortion of tone, I just highlight it. After that, if I'm left with just one option, question solved. In case I'm left with more than one option, then I look for this second thing, and the second thing is addition and deletion. So is my answer choice adding something which was not even there in the paragraph? Or deletion is that, okay, I read the paragraph, I saw that there were 3 key ideas. This is an answer choice that mentions only 2 of them. So that's the next thing that I use. After that, there is theoretically, there is a third thing that can be used. But so far in the actual exam questions, we've never needed to use that. So I'm not talking about it. But that's how I look at it. Now, why would you get it wrong? You may get it wrong because you may not understand the paragraph. Or you may get it wrong because you miss out on some of those subtle things. Tone, at times, even the factual distortion is very subtle. Right? Remember, I was taking people through this question yesterday on the app. We had this session at 7 where we talked about previous year CAT questions. And one of the inferences said that PM Modi traveled to China to attend the 11th meeting of something. Now, but according to the passage, it was the 10th meeting and not the 11th meeting. And that is exactly why the option was wrong or erroneous. But then there are times when in our haste, we end up missing out on such things and thus get it wrong. Okay, so I hope you'd be able to use these things in order to arrive at your answers. So shall we start? Have you managed to get the link for the PDF? Let me just check. Is it there somewhere? Dipali gets para-jumble wrong. Passages on art and architecture. That's okay, Shivam. Minor, that's par for the course, yeah. When you're not very well versed with a particular area, it is supposed to pose challenge. And how do we deal with it? By reading more of those things. Okay. So a lot of you are saying that you have received the PDF. Shweta, if it is not opening, can you just copy the link and paste it in your browser window? And that should open a PDF. People who are on YouTube can always use the seeker to go back, so you don't really need the PDF. In case you still need it, put it down here. I'll just request somebody in the team then to upload it on YouTube itself. I'll see. Okay, so the link is up once again. You notice this bit.ly/48slbgc. So just use that and hopefully you'd be able to access it now. But considering that a lot of you have already told me that you managed to access it, here is your first question. On the screen, go ahead, give it a shot and read it for around 20 seconds and I'll take you over to the answer choices. Done. So here are the options and I'll not be able to set up a poll today. So whatever happens has to happen through the chat, even for those who are on the app. So please go ahead and share the link. Archak, when I'm able to sneak out, I'll tell them to upload it on the app as well. on the YouTube as well, huh? So go ahead, give this a shot. Label every answer choice and then we'll see. Okay, answers, guys, answers. Khushal, if your accuracy rate is low here, we'd automatically be able to figure that out. People on the app, you can use the PDF to refer to the paragraph in order to eliminate. Those on YouTube, use the seeker of your video to go back. Okay, so let us start. So look at A. A says they have a specialized vocal tract. Now this is an addition. It is not something that has been given to you in the paragraph. So that's why we have a problem with A. Then B. B has a deletion. B does not even tell us that they whistle loudly in order to ward off their predators. So one very important idea is missing out. How about C? C is good. It at least captures most of the things. How about D? Two problems with D. The first one is that it uses the term deception, but if you look at the paragraph very carefully, you'd realize that we are not talking about deception. We are talking about acoustic deception. So that's a slight distortion of the fact. You may read it and you may think that, oh, it's all right, ye to diya hua tha, but that's not exactly the case. Moreover, this part, camouflage, is an addition. It is not even mentioned in the paragraph, and that is why, as you can see, A, B, and D can be eliminated, leading to C as being the undisputed answer, something that most of us have actually managed to get right. And those of you who could not get C, I hope now you know why we have preferred C over the other choices. And with that, let's dive into our next question. Here is the next one. Go through this and then we'll see. It's actually easier for me to read it here as well. Let's read it together. Is this word correct? Is this word grammatically correct? So we do have this noun called analysis. It is a singular countable noun. The plural of analysis is and it is pronounced as analyses. A lot of nouns that end in is form their plurals this way. Remember crisis, crises, axis, axes. So this is correct. It is the plural of analysis. So don't let it throw you off. Of course, this can also be used as a verb, in which case we pronounce it as analyzes. Right. So now that you have read the paragraph, let me take you over to the answer choices, and here they are. Tarun, it's possible, yaar. We've been taking you through so many questions that it has become a challenge to come up with the actual previous year questions which have not been touched upon in previous sessions. थोड़ा चैलेंज हो जाता है कई बार, क्या करें. अब इतने सेशन लेंगे तो होगा ही यार, है ना. साल में 10 सेशन लो तो you can ensure it, but when you take 100 sessions, I mean, we do so much for you. Can't help it. Manisha, it is the plural of analysis. And you know what analysis is, right? Okay, loads and loads of answers. And yes, the correct answer is option A. I notice that some of us have also shared B, but this part, this is something that has not been given in the paragraph. This part is an addition, and any addition immediately makes the answer choice wrong. I also see, okay, somebody has also picked up C as an option. C uses better. Do you see any comparison between the two methods in the paragraph? There is no such comparison or preference given. So this is once again an addition. And one person has also picked up D. So between A and D, just check for deletion. This is talking about only intuition. And that is what makes A better than D. And here comes your third para-summary question. Go ahead and have a look at it. Kritika, in para-summary question, technically summary is a collection of all the key ideas, but when we talk about the CAT exam, summary questions are actually about the main idea of the paragraph. And if the paragraph gives you an argument, then yes, in that scenario, a conclusion can actually be the answer as well. But not a conclusion that you have arrived at, a conclusion that the author has given in the paragraph. Okay, here are the options for you. So what's your take? No, Kush, go ahead, read it again. Is it beneficial? So if one thing is beneficial, does that mean that something else is not beneficial? If I tell you that eating an apple is beneficial for you, and in that paragraph we've also talked about a pineapple, does that mean that apple is better? Where is that comparison? Where is that preference? For that matter, in the last question, we even had that word about rational decision making, that it is accurate. But mind you, it did not say more accurate. Okay, so the correct answer for question number 3 is indeed option B. Any other option that has been picked up by anyone so far? No. Okay, D, C. So let's look at C. The number of books one can read in this lifetime is infinite. Are we sure? Even if you are sure, isn't it a deletion? Where are the rest of the ideas? I mean, if I recall, there are two key things. If you're well-read, you are considered intelligent, and there is no limit to how much you can read. And the more you read, the cleverer you become. Those were the two key ideas. It does not even give me that. D. Only. Can we justify only? I think in this paragraph we can because of this sentence, but this also suffers from deletion. It does not give us that other key idea. And the problem with A is that it uses the word intellectual instead of the word intelligent, and they're not exactly synonyms. And the other problem is it misses out on the second key idea as well. And that's where B scores over everything else. So I started you off by para summary questions because I wanted to give you a glimpse of how I approach the section. So when I go to the VARC section, one of the first things that I look for is para summary. Why do I look for para summary? Because you notice a para summary forces us to think of the key ideas of every paragraph. Later, when we go to reading comprehension, we are supposed to do that for the passage as well, paragraph by paragraph. So in a way, I think of para summary as a precursor to RC. So I use para summary questions as a warm-up for RC passages in the exam. So that's why these. So once I'm done with para summary, I move over to reading comprehension. So in the exam, you typically get four passages. So the first thing that I do is I look at all the four. And I try to figure out how easy or difficult they are for me. And it is a very subjective process. I do that in under 50 seconds. So at the end of those 50 seconds, I know the sequence in which I want to attempt those four passages. And thereafter, I'll go on to attempt 2 to 3 passages before I head over to VA. I don't solve all the 4 in one go. Okay, so that's how I actually look at it. Shivam, you're absolutely right. I'm very skeptical of words like only, and in most of the cases, those options do not turn out to be right. Although, as I said, in the case of the third question, it was justified. Okay, although it is rarely the case. So with that, now let us head over to reading comprehension. So there is a passage here that happens to have 3 questions after it. You know that I typically take you through paragraph by paragraph on the screen. So please read those with me. And later on, for those of you who are on the app, you cannot go back in the video. So you can always refer to that PDF. And once you are done reading the paragraph, let me know and I'll take you over to the next slide. Here it is, the first paragraph for you. And I'll just ask the team members to share it. Share the link on the YouTube video as well. Okay. ब्लू क्रूसेडर क्वांट का बस इसके बाद हो जाएगा यार. अच्छा एग्जैक्टली मुझे पता नहीं यार पिछले सेशन में क्या हुआ था इससे. So I'm saying approximately I'll be with you for somewhere between 75 to 90 minutes. And when did we start? When did I join you guys? At around 2:45. So Okay, so done with this. Okay, this word that I've highlighted is pronounced as contretemps. Contretemps. Okay, next paragraph. Kirti, please ask this once we are done with this particular passage, and then I can look at it carefully. Sonali, tense, has been. So if the previous session was on quant, you say quant has been covered. The session has happened. Yeah, those of you who are on the YouTube and are not able to access the PDF link, you can actually go to the app, join the session there, and you'd find the link in the chat and download it from there. Sonali is spelling double O in oops. वो ऐप में भी यही सेशन चल रहा है यार, उधर जाकर के चैट में लिंक देख के उधर से डाउनलोड कर लेना. So this is one half of the paragraph. The next half will be on the next slide, and nobody is telling me that he has managed to read it. How am I supposed to change the slide then? Come on, guys. Give me a done, give me a thumbs up. Let me know. And in case there is something that you've not been able to understand, let me know of that as well, and I can explain it to you. Okay, next. Here is the next part. Fantastic. Now we are talking. Wait, some of you are. That's okay. What is dream distortion? Okay, guys, let's take a pause. Let's talk about it. Have you heard of this man called Sigmund Freud? हाँ, जिंदगी मिलेगी ना दोबारा? Freud? they use this character. He is a pioneer in the world of psychology. One of the very popular books that he wrote was called Interpretation of Dreams, and Sigmund Freud used to say that wish fulfillment is the purpose of every dream. So in your dream world, you can at least fulfill your wishes. Now, in some of the dreams, your wishes are like, undisguised. So imagine you're preparing for the CAT and then you dream that, you are studying at IIM Ahmedabad, or that you've had a 99 point. Why in dream? Why am I restricting you in a dream that you got 100 percentile? Or that you are attending my sessions? That's straightforward. But then there are times when our dreams are weird. You're like, that obviously cannot be my wish. So what Sigmund Freud said was that there are some dreams which do not gel with our value system. There are some dreams which are probably built around things that are considered taboo, around things that are considered criminal, things that you're on the whole not very comfortable with. So when it comes to those wishes, you have an internal mechanism that censors those wishes and makes them palatable. So those wishes get distorted, those wishes get concealed, and therefore you're not able to recognize them directly. So according to Freud, you can actually look at not the manifest content, the dream itself, but the underlying thoughts and the distortions in order to figure out the wish that you have truly been after. Right? So that fact where some amount of censorship happens, in fact, that's what has been talked about here as well. So you notice, so you have two psychic forces, right? So there is a force that creates the dream. There is another that goes on to censor the dream. So this second agency exercises some kind of authority over what gets into your conscious. So that's what has been really talked about here. So nothing can reach the consciousness from the first system which has not passed through the second, etc. So that's what dream distortion is. So once again, just to summarize, in our mind, there are two opposing forces at work. One that constructs the dream wish and one that censors the dream wish. So those wishes which are just for the sake of brevity, deal with things that are taboo, you tend to distort them. And that is why now you'd actually be able to understand in the very first paragraph, you notice this. Now, if you look at the first paragraph, you'd feel that, oh, we are talking about political writing. But then the next paragraph and you're like, oh, we are talking about psychology. Right? So we are that like was basically that political writing is akin to dream distortion. So let's go ahead, wrap this up, and then we say, Shivam, when you see giraffes fly, when you see snakes, when you see a loved one die, when you find yourself in an embarrassing public situation, and you notice most of us have some recurrent theme to our dream. There are some themes which get repeated quite often. So I hope that will help you understand the passage better. Go ahead. Once you're done with the paragraph, let me know. Done? सत्यांशु, ये तो किसी ने नहीं बताया भाई, तू ही बता रहा पहली बार. और ये तो बहुत ही आसान है. Whenever you find yourself in Delhi, drop in a line. We can catch up. Okay, next. Oh, I did not realize that. So I know whenever I go and write these exams, I notice that a lot of people look at me and they have this sign of recognition on their face. But then you know that you know me by face. I don't know you by face. I only know you through your screen handle. So don't forget to drop in and say a hi. और Z का सेंटर तो यार कहाँ था भाई, मतलब My God. Okay, so if you're done with this paragraph, let's move over to the questions. Here is the first question. So question number 4, what's your take? Okay, all right. So look at option A. So you know that in order to answer this, we need to go back to the first paragraph because second and third were all about dream distortion and psychological perspective. So A says, A uses the word solely. Is this true on the basis of the passage? No. And therefore, we have a problem with C, we have a problem with A, that solely is not true. How about B? The more creative and imaginative a person is, the easier it is for him or her to be a political writer. See, when do you need this creativity and imagination? You need it when you want to hide your true message. So you need it only when you're talking about things which are offensive to those who are in a position of power. That's number one. And number two, merely because you have more of this does not mean that it will be easier for you to become a political writer. Even this cannot be inferred with certainty. So the label for B should be, can't say, let us see. Let's have a look at C. A political writer's forte should lie in his or her capacity to twist unpleasant facts into mainstream news so as to relay the message to the readers in an inoffensive manner. This is true on the basis of the first paragraph. How about D? A political writer's most important tools are allusions, metaphors, analogies, other similar. Now, see, when do you need this? You need it only when you are writing something which is offensive for those who are in a position of power. So it's only in that limited context that these things are important. Beyond that context, these may not be things which are required. So to say that these are most important tools for your entire job, no, that's not true. These are the most important tools while talking about those things, those facts, those pieces of information which are offensive to the government. There, yes, it can work. So because they're talking about it in its entirety, I'd say that even this is not true. So A, B, and D are not true. C is true. That is why our answer here should be option C. And with that, here is your next question. So the argument was essentially what? An analogy. So what is the similarity between these two things where that analogy becomes applicable? So we know that a political writer has to censor his articles so that things which are considered offensive by the government become non-offensive, become more palatable. Similarly, in dream distortion, our dreams get distorted, our wish gets distorted whenever it is found offensive by that second agency, second system. Remember, just to quote the passage, I'll just refer to my screen here. We have two psychic forces at work, one of which forms the wish expressed by the dream, while the other exercises a censorship over this dream wish, thereby enforcing on it a distortion. So far, okay, we're getting A. Now, the problem with A is that it says something more pleasant. So are we converting something that is offensive into something more pleasant? But distortion is not always necessarily pleasant. You're converting it into something which is inoffensive. And that inoffensive thing may or may not be pleasant. Imagine something that is happening here, you are attributing it to something that is happening to a couple of mandarins in China, a couple of government officials in China. So you're stating the same thing. You just change the context so the people here are not offended. So that something more pleasant is not happening necessarily, and therefore A can be ruled out. How about B? B says, where in the passage do we have ulterior motives? So this has not been used. If you choose B, you'd end up going beyond the scope of the passage. How about C? C says in both the occurrences, the meaning of the end result is not what it should have been. No. The author is trying to convey the same meaning using a different set of words which are non-offensive. The meaning does not change. It gets distorted, it gets concealed, it is referred to indirectly, but it is still the same meaning. It is not a change in the meaning, and therefore even C can be ruled out, and that leaves you as D. That leaves you with D as your best answer choices. The final outcome is a distorted version of the actual. Absolutely. Although if I were to create a better answer choice, I can write that in both of these, things which are deemed offensive are distorted in order to make them more palatable. But then, of the given lot, D will still be the best answer choice. Here is your next question. The last one based on the passage. Go ahead and give it a shot. This is a specific detail question. I think if you can refer to the right part and understand it, you should be able to get this right. Okay. So Shib and Tanisha have shared their answers. Others, come on, buckle up. Come on, tighten the belts a bit, yeah? Where are your answers? Okay. So Srish, Rahul, Shweta. Okay, so first is false. Even those that are repulsive are wish fulfilling. It is just that the wish has been distorted by that censorship thingy. So first is ruled out, which means that option 1 and option C is also ruled out. So second has to be true. Let's just look at third and see whether it is true or not. Any thought or dream that passes through the second agency can get altered in some way. Yes, it can. Remember that line from the passage that says, second paragraph, third slide, the second instance lets nothing pass without exercising its rights and forcing such modifications as are pleasing to itself upon the candidates for admission to consciousness. So it means that they can get altered at this juncture. So even this is true, and that is why our answer should be D. So there you go. So that's about passage 1. Now switching over to passage 2, and thereafter you'd get a respite. So for the next 5 questions, whatever we answer has to be based on the information that is given to you here. Those of you who are joining in now, I've also shared a PDF on the app. You can go ahead and use that to refer to the passage while answering the questions. Let me know once you're done reading it. Oh, hang on. Kirti had asked a question and I told her I'll answer this. The meaning of the type of question, if true, will... No, this is standard. Kirti, if true, infer simply means which of the following can be concluded. And you know, conclusions come in 3 flavors: true, false, can't say. Apply that label to each one of the 3. And the one which is labeled true is going to be your answer. In case there is no option that can be labeled true, then choose the one which is can't say. In case there are more than one options which are can't say, go with the one which is a stronger argument whose probability of being true is higher. So that's pretty straightforward. Maybe it is some other question stem which is bothering you. Just look it up and share that. Okay, if you're done, here is the next paragraph. Oh, Irshad, you should be the first one sending the message to me in the chat. है ना, मतलब इरशाद के बाद ही तो शुरू करते हैं यार. So आगे से सबसे पहला मैसेज तेरा आना चाहिए. Fabulous. Here is the next paragraph. Sorry, this is the same paragraph, the next part actually. Done with it? Can I switch you over to the next? Okay, there you go. Okay, taking you over to the next. is the last paragraph, and then we'll have questions in case there are any issues with the passage. Don't forget to flag them in the chat, and I would love to help you with that as well. Any part of the passage that you could not understand. Okay, so if you're done and there are no issues, here is the first question. You know which part to refer to? Okay. So A, D, C. So first up, we need to refer to the relevant part, and here is the relevant part. Understand ways in which representations of people in travel texts were intimately bound with notions of self. In this case, that the Occident defined itself through essentialist, ethnocentric, and racist. You know, ethnocentric? Anthropologists, when they study a new society, then they always evaluate it. I shouldn't say always, but then there's a tendency to evaluate that society using the norms and notions, the values of their existing society. So that bias that comes in is called anthropocentrism. So it's that bias that makes them look at all these Oriental societies as ethnocentric, ethnic, etc. So this entire part, this is relevant for the answer. Now, if you look at the question, A is something that you can infer. That you can infer that they were ethnocentric, basically tells you that they were narrow-minded and racists. But then the book does not illustrate it. That is not the job of the book. You can infer it. That's different. And therefore, A can be eliminated. How about 2? 2 says book argued that cultural imperialism was more significant than colonial domination. This is incorrect. Cultural imperialism was used to justify colonial domination. This was used to justify domination. So nowhere does that paragraph say that it was more significant than cultural domination. So this is an alien piece. This is something that goes beyond the scope of the passage, can be ruled out. How about C? Explain the difference between the representation of people and the actual fact. Did it explain that to you? What it explained was how cultural imperialism was used to justify colonial domination. That's something that I do see. But then it did not explain the difference between these two things. So that's again extraneous. D, it demonstrated how cultural imperialism was used. Absolutely. So that's the only fact which is true, and therefore our answer for this question is D. Here is next one. Question number 8. We can infer that travel writing is most similar to which one of these forms of writing? Go ahead, give it a thought. It may not look like it, but Srish, yes, that could also have been used absolutely to eliminate it. Although we'll not call argued a negative word. The way we use it in reasoning and in evaluating the literature, it is considered neutral. At times even desirable. Okay, so I'll take you back to two places. The first place is where we did go to a little while ago. That's one. Even earlier, I think we'd find something. Where was that road travel thing? This discovering themselves. And then even when it talked about women, narratives about their experiences and self-development through travel. So you notice people are basically discovering themselves in this process at different places, and therefore they'll be closest to autobiographical writing. B is going to be very narrow because it will talk about only the last paragraph, not the first ones. Then if you look at C, political journalism, I don't think it can even be justified using the particular passage. Historical fiction, not really. We are using that. We using their writing to actually become more educated about the history. Moreover, if you look at political journalism or historical fiction with reference to colonial literature, they're only a part of the writer's aims. So it will not exactly be considered similar to these. So we have these 4 references in the passage where people are sharing what they went through. And therefore, autobiographical writing is going to be the closest. I think if you look at the first paragraph, that probably states it in very stark, clear terms. So A it is and not the others. And here is the next one. So what's your take on question number 9? This should be more of a specific detail question. Let us see. Okay. Karthik, there is an except here. I hope you've looked at that. B says perspective that they bring to their research. Feminist scholars' understanding of the experience of Victorian women is influenced by all of the following. Let me take you to the last paragraph for that matter. Let's just read it, and then we'd be able to figure it out. And look at this part. So when it comes to B, perspective was definitely one of the factors. And therefore, this should not be the answer. We are looking for the one which is not a factor that acted as an influence. How about first? Awareness of gender issues in Victorian society was mentioned. knowledge of class tensions in Victorian society. There is only one place where class is mentioned. Here it is. But even here we are talking about the ties of women to the class that they belonged to. Does it talk about class tension? Is tension that exists among or between different classes? I don't see class tension here so far. And awareness of the ways in which identity is formed, this is very clearly mentioned. So even this is ruled out. So I think C is the only one which we can actually go ahead and pick up on the basis of the last paragraph. A, B, and D are all mentioned there as different factors acting as influences. And with that, let's move over to our 10th question. So what's your take here? Class, yeah, Tanisha, class tension was not mentioned. Yeah, Vikram, they did talk about elite women, but even there, they did not mention class tensions. Oh, Karthik is saying ये कौन सा genre है? Karthik, this can be put under, you can actually put it under history, you can put it under literature, you can put it under anthropology, but I am going to put it under anthropology primarily because of some of the technical terms used of that particular area. Anthropology is anyway a very vast area, so covers a lot of these things. So specifically when you talk about culture, I was tempted, I can be tempted to put it under history because it is talking about colonialism. I'm tempted to put it under literature because it is talking about post-structuralism. So it's actually an overlap between a lot of different areas. So what's the answer for 10? Rupanshi has shared her answer. Mohit, Priya, is that your answer for question number 10? Sonali too has shared it. So scholars argue that Victorian women experienced self-development through their travels because so we basically need to go ahead and refer to the last paragraph. Now, first says they were on a quest to discover. See, they were not on a quest. They simply found themselves in a situation which allowed them to discover it. So, good that I think most of us have managed to rule out A. How about B? Their identity was redefined when they were away from home? Absolutely yes. They could discover their identity. If you want to, I can take you back to the relevant part, but we've just referred to the last paragraph. So hopefully it's still fresh in your memory. Will that work? Third, they developed a feminist perspective of the world. So they were women and therefore they had a feminine perspective, yes. But did they develop it because they were away from home? It was something that they'd already have because of their gender. And not even feminist perspective, I think. What would it even mean, feminist perspective of the world? They were women, so that was a perspective that they were born with, right? 4, they were from the progressive middle and upper class of society. Yes, that is true, but was that the reason? Was that the reason? It has to justify the because. So B is the only one that is true as well as provides us the reason. D is also true, but it fails to provide the reason, and therefore this should be the answer. A can be proven as false on the basis of the passage. And here comes the last question that is based on this particular passage. So what's your take? American travel literature of the 1920s. Think of which part of the passage you need to go back. So, C, then B, D. Oh my God. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at it. So, in order to answer this question, you need to go back to the first paragraph. So, let's head back once. There you go. So, this is where 1920s are mentioned. For example, inaugurated a new genre of travel literature, automotive, road narrative. Such narratives highlight the experience of mostly male protagonists discovering themselves on their journeys, emphasizing the independence of road travel and the value of rural folk traditions. So now that we've had a look at it, let's go to 11th. A, showed participation in local traditions. Well, what I read, it said, emphasizing the independence of road travel and the value of rural folk traditions. It emphasized the value. From there, how do I know that they were actually participating? So it's something that cannot be determined. Okay, B, presented travelers' discovery of their identity as different from others. Presented travelers' discovery of their identity, yes, but where does it say that their identity turned out to be different from others? When you discover your identity, you may also find that, oh, I'm just like these other people. So to say that they were different from others is something that you cannot arrive at. So let's rule it out. So that leaves you with C and D. They celebrated the freedom that travel gives. Yes. How about D? Developed the male protagonist's desire for independence. No. How do you know that they celebrated the desire for independence? See, once again, just to read out the relevant part, it says it emphasized the independence of road travel. Not the independence of the person, but the independence of road travel. See, when you travel by a train, can you stop wherever you want to? Can you leave whenever you want to? Can you reach your destination according to your plan? No. The moment you board a train, you lose control over all those things. But if you are the one who's driving to your destination, you have that independence that the road travel brings. That is what was being talked about, not the independence of the individual. So even D is ruled out, and the correct answer should be option C, and that takes care of our passage number 2. And now let's take a mini breather from RC and dive into a question which will give us 4 sentences. And what do we do when we get 4 sentences? Parajumble, right? So here it is. Go ahead and tell me how you would like to arrange it. Arrange these 4. We'd always be able to find differences. You know, the options that appear close to us are close because we are not able to see the differences. The differences always exist. So as you become better, you start noticing those differences even when they are subtle, and that is how you move towards great accuracy. And considering that you've been working very hard and attending all of these sessions, no wonder you are actually improving. Okay, Rahul has shared his answer. What about the rest? Nobita, where is your answer? Considering that you have access to Doraemon, you should be the first one to give the answers. Okay. So let's look at the clues. This study, this period. It. This new model. And here is that model. So I think when you look at all of these things, can I say that fourth should come after third? When you talk about this period, the only place where period is mentioned is third. So even first should come after third. What was not because of a gentle sun? In that temperature corridor, not once past 2 degrees Celsius of warming, remained below this. So second should definitely come after first. So I think there are two possible arrangements that are emerging out of it now, and they are, and the other one is this. So the question is, where does 4 go? Immediately after 3 or not? So when I look at 3, 4, I think they can go in together. But then the problem is, if I put 1 and 2 here, I face an issue. What is that issue? Look at this pronoun. Now the this here needs to refer to 3 million years. And pronouns actually have a short range. When we use pronouns, then one of the things that we learn is that the antecedent of a pronoun must always be clear, or in other words, the noun that is being referred to with the help of the pronoun must be clear. So the moment you separate that noun and that pronoun and put in some other nouns in between, then that reference gets lost. So ideally, I would not want to separate 1 from 3. If I do that, I run the risk of missing out on this. I think I probably gave this example once earlier as well, but let's revisit that. It'll help me explain the concepts faster. Remember that. If I say there is a fly on your nose, may I remove it? There is a fly on your nose, may I remove it? What does the word it, what does the pronoun it refer to? No, Satyanshu, you're absolutely right. But we are just looking at all the sentences together and then trying to determine where to put what. So a lot of the people are saying nose, but then I have a question. How do you know that the it does not refer to the fly? A lot of you saying nose, hang on. A lot of us may think the fly, but how do you know that the it does not refer to the nose? How do you know it? I think your only answer will be, Vikrant, common sense hai bhai. But then, come on, that's creating ambiguity, right? Then you are relying on the common sense of the other person to interpret it correctly. So I know that I need to use this period. The this here should refer to this. If I put in 4 before 1, then I create a confusion. Instead of referring to the 3 million years, it will go ahead and refer to the Holocene period. And in that context, the sentence will not make any sense. So therefore, I cannot put 4 in between 3 and 1. So 3 and 1 must go together, and 1 and 2, once again, because of this it, they have to go together. And therefore, we need to put 4th towards the end. And that is why 3, 1, 2, 4 over 3, 4, 1, 2. And with that, let's go ahead and look at this next question, which is, your paragraph odd one out question. Ready? So here are the 5 sentences. Okay, the last one says male and female. Okay, the last part here down below says male and female. It is hidden behind the screen menu. So just refer to it there. Okay, so let me just talk about some of the things. So 1 and 3 have this similarity. Then you notice this. 1 and 5 are also connected. So I'd say 1, 3 and 5 we can see definitely go in together, which means that these are ruled out. That leaves you with 2 and 4. Now both of them have something that connects, right? But I invite you to think over something. Between 2 and 4, if I were to write both of these sentences in the same paragraph, which one should come first and which one should come later? Go ahead, tell me. Which one should be placed first? Which one should be placed second? 2, 4. So is it 2 and then 4, or is it 4 and then 2? Absolutely. 4 before second. Right? Fantastic. 4 should come first because the principles are being introduced here, right? And then 2 is detailing, describing the principles. So that's the paragraph now. Now, those of you who have worked on this topic in the classes, in our batch, we look at each one of these things in great detail. I have taken you through some of the previous year questions where we learned this very fascinating thing, that there have been some CAT questions where all the 5 sentences were taken from the same paragraph. Now, in majority of those cases, the examiner changed one of the sentences in order to create a distinctly separate sentence, a sentence separate from the theme of the rest of the sentences. They made it contradictory, they made it irrelevant, and that became the answer. But there have been cases in the past where the examiner gave us 5 sentences of the same paragraph all together with no change. They become very tricky. But then, you have to leave one of the 5 out. So in this case, 1, 3 and 5 are definitely connected to a theme, and even 4 can be thought of as an extension of the assumption. Right? So if you think of the topic for the paragraph, all the 5 will go, but 1, 3 and 5 are core to that, 2 and 4 are non-core to that. And if you have to put only one of these in that particular paragraph because 4 comes before 2, 4 has to be retained and 2 needs to be left out. And that is why the answer here will be option 2. So it's not that 2 cannot or does not belong to this paragraph. It can, it does, but we know that we have to push one of them out. So the last one gets pushed out. And that is why the answer should be option 2. And with that, let us dive into our next passage. So questions 14 to 18 are all based on what you are about to read on the screen. And there you go. The moment you're done with the paragraph, let me know. Done? Oh, Nobita, we have the lag, So I am live, but when you're on YouTube, there is this 10-15 seconds lag between the two of us. On app, there is no lag, so. Hey, Shib, let us not get into the hypotheticals, yaar. That will. We already have plenty of questions. So we get into hypotheticals in our normal sessions where we are picking up one topic. Here, because we have to cover a lot. Okay, the next paragraph. Done. This is an easy paragraph. In fact, overall, I think compared to the previous two, as far as the subject matter goes, it talks about business strategy. The language is also simpler, no tricky jargon. So here is the next paragraph. Okay, taking you over to the next one. अबे YouTube वाले लोग बता ही नहीं रहे यार कि हो गया पैराग्राफ पढ़ लिया नहीं पढ़ लिया मुझे पता कैसे चलेगा those of you on YouTube, let me know once you're done with the paragraph, okay? Done. Fabulous. So here is the question. So question number 14. Thank you, Tarun, Vanshita and Satyanshu. Otherwise, for a while I felt that we probably are not even we're facing issues on YouTube. है ना भाई, मतलब कमेंट बॉक्स में मैसेज डाल रहे हो तो जिंदा हो तुम, नहीं तो ऑनलाइन क्लास में क्या पता चलता है यार तुम हो नहीं हो. यही तो तरीका तुमको ढूंढने का मुझे. So, which one of these four can be supported or elaborated upon with the help of these examples? You needed to go back to the second paragraph, and the entire passage talks about what? Where do we start? We're talking about metric fixation. That, okay, you given a metric that we are going to measure your performance against this metric. So what happens? You become fixated on that metric and you forget everything else. For example, if you are measuring police officers, you're promoting them on the basis of the rate of major crimes, then they may simply stop recording crimes or may start downgrading them from major to minor crimes. And similarly for surgeons, they may not even take up challenging cases where the outcome is not likely to be positive. So who suffers? The patient. So if you look at these four options, B is the one that gets supported by these. If you look at A and C, they are missing out on the fact that they may start engaging in wrong kind of behavior. That's the key. The author is not in favor of metric fixation here. The author is against it. And that tone, that nuance also has to be captured, no? So A and C miss out on that tone completely. And in A, moreover, when you say some professionals, why? Are we saying some policemen, some surgeons? That distinction has not been made here. And then in C, they have a significant impact on society. How is this getting proved or elaborated upon? So these were the problems here, and therefore we can choose B. Okay, D has also been marked. Array. What point does it convey? D is an inference. D is not the idea that gets supported by these examples. D is an inference that you would arrive at on the basis of these instances. Okay, so there is a subtle difference here. Okay, next. Question number 15. What's your take? Okay. Bhai, matlab isse zyada we can't do much more than this, okay? It is already typed in capitals. I've also highlighted it. So yes, this has not been mentioned anywhere. In fact, the passage does not even go ahead and talk about positives of metric fixation, and therefore there's an answer. This has been mentioned. This was in fact mentioned in that police and surgeon paragraph as well. And then D also has been stated towards the end. So A is absolutely the correct answer. Here is 16th. This is tricky, okay? Think over the question carefully. Try and figure out what is being asked and then give me an answer. Okay. So what do we mean by adding depth? Imagine if you are facing an interview panel, then you can go in different depths of an answer. So adding depth basically can mean exploring some new facets of that particular question. Adding depth can mean diving into even the most subtle of the nuances, covering different nuances. Now, if I look at it, A is bringing in a new facet, so it adds to the depth. You have talked about why metric fixation is a problematic issue. You can definitely go ahead and explore, despite those challenges, despite the drawbacks, why is this metric fixation becoming popular? Now, when you look at B, you notice professionals gaming metric-based performance. This is something that is already mentioned. We have multiple examples of different professionals who are gaming it in different ways, right? So if you add even more example, is it taking you towards something new? No. We're already adequately sold on this. C opens up a new facet. D opens up a new facet. So when I look at A, C, and D, it gets into a new aspect, or in some cases, gets into the nuances. Whereas B is something that has already been there. Even if you add more examples, it is not going to make your argument more in-depth. It can make the argument stronger, make it more watertight. But the question is not which of the following most supports the argument. It is about adding depth, and which one of the following will add least depth. So if you interpret that depth correctly, you will choose B as your answer. On the other hand, if we interpret it as which of the following supports the argument the most, we may end up getting it wrong. So here is the next question based on this passage. This is an inference-based question. Let us see how well you can conclude on the basis of this, what you can conclude about this act on the basis of the context in which it is mentioned. No, Satyanshu, that's where we interpreted depth incorrectly. Let me fix it grammatically, okay? Are possible features of the no child left behind except. So can be and possible is a redundancy. I wonder how I missed out on that while looking at it. Hi Ritik. How are you? So basically, what was the context of No Child Left Behind Act? The issues that arise out of metric-based evaluation, right? So anything that has to do with metric-based evaluation is going to be a feature. Something which is not connected to metric-based evaluation, that of course won't be a feature. So standardized test scores can be critical in determining a student's educational future. Metric-based evaluation, it should be a feature. We are looking for the one which is not a feature. The focus is more on test-taking skills than on higher order thinking and problem solving. Absolutely, that's something that can very easily be inferred as a feature. You're teaching to the test instead of teaching everything. C, school funding and sanctions are tied to yearly improvement shown on tests. So once again, a metric-based thing. D, assessment is dependent on the teacher's subjective evaluation. That is not metric-based. That is not objective. And therefore, it obviously cannot be a feature. And thus, our answer should be option D. And that takes care of our third passage. And with that, let me take you over to... Okay, we had one more question. My bad. Main idea of the passage. I thought that we are done with the passage. My bad. What's the main idea? I think that's okay, yaar. It's all right. We will be organizing even more marathons, don't you worry. Okay, so for question number 18, if you have chosen D, you are absolutely right. And that's something that I guess everybody has chosen. I don't see any other option. And therefore, I guess we can skip. I guess we can move over to the next one. Right? So, what's the next one? Now, you may look at it and say, oh, 5 sentences. It is going to be odd one out. But, let's not jump to that conclusion. The IIMs have used even 5-sentence parajumbles in the past. In the recent past, even if you look at CAT 2018, 2019, you'd find parajumbles that had 5 sentences. So this time around, instead of giving you 4 sentences to put in an order, let us go ahead and use 5. And that's okay, Ritik. Just keep a rough pad around you. Write the answer there, then switch to portrait and then type it in. बस तरुण लेते हैं यार. Let's see. We normally do not take breaks during a marathon, but we'll see. Let's run a survey and then see. The tone, the author was disapproving of metric fixation. So which all words show disapproval. You can use, say something like censure, censorious. Okay, so I think one of the connections which is relatively easy is 3 plus 2. Why? In third, we are talking about his heart telling him something. And you notice second is basically giving you the specifics of what the heart said. Yet another thing is that I see that fourth needs to come before fifth. You listen first and then you understand. So 1 and 3 also have this connection of fear. 3 should come after 1. Oh, sorry, 3 should come before 1, my bad. Right? So how would you now really go ahead and put them all together? So look at the context. Who is thinking of this? In the context of this paragraph, it has to be the boy. So let's put 4 before 1. And then the boy listened to his heart. 3 and 2 definitely need to be together. Can I go from 4 to 3 and 2? But then where would I put in fifth then? So we need to put 5 immediately after 4. And first does not have a very strong connection to the rest of the sentences, except that it should come after third. And 3 and 2 are a mandatory pair. So this is going to be the most plausible sequence for us. And look at he versus the boy. If you're putting 3 before 4, there'll be an issue. Noun-pronoun relationships. And with that, let me take you over to the last question where, you know, the examiner has introduced this variation of para completion where we're given a lost sentence followed by a paragraph. So here it is. So this is a sentence that by now, if you're working with me, you know that I call this the lost sentence. And then there's a paragraph. There are 4 likely positions for it. Which one of the 4 is going to be the most apt or the most appropriate position? Shiv, if I put 1 at the beginning, it will become the topic sentence. And then the rest of the paragraph, then we'll have to go ahead and expand on that theme. So the other 4 sentences were built around the same theme. First can come after that. It cannot come before that, particularly after 3. So what do you think? What is the best place for this sentence? One, two, three, 4. Where are the answers? Okay. So can I put it at location 1? I cannot, because look at the sentence that follows. Whatever I put in here needs to talk about these results. So this goes out. Okay. So some results, candidates' pictures are there on the ballot paper and voters get influenced by the pictures. What is the sentence after blank 2? We should be grateful that ballots in the US, unlike in these countries, do not include pictures of the candidates. Here. Come on. But tells you that you need to have a contrast. So the idea that you want right before it is that appearance happens to have a significant impact, right? So it is definitely there in this. But then even in this sentence that comes after blank 2, you are acknowledging that appearances have an impact, a significant impact. That is why you are grateful that your ballots do not have the image of a candidate printed on it. So the lost sentence can go here, but then we will not be able to justify the sentence that comes immediately after. The sentence that comes after should continue with this now, and therefore second cannot be the place for it either. Let's look at third. Now third, once again, at this place you are able to justify but using the previous two sentences, and the sentence that follows it actually gives you the reason of why the effect of the appearance might be overstated, because you already know those candidates. So it's important for us to introduce an idea and then go ahead and talk about the specific details afterwards. Moreover, we need to have that switch from appearances are important to appearances are not important. That switch, that contrast can only be given by the lost sentence. So this is where we must introduce the lost sentence, and therefore our answer should be option 3. And before we move on, we'll have our session on the NMAT exam. So make sure that you join us on 20th of October at 7 p.m. to know about what all is happening there. Additionally, we have started our series where we cover different topics of the CAT at 7 p.m. every day. Join us there as well for more practice. And you know, our next and last All India Open Mock is going to happen on 27th of October. I mean, that's when the window will start. So if you are somebody who is new to the platform, if you haven't registered yourself for this, please make sure that you go ahead and register and schedule it in your calendar. Okay. So with that, I will hand over the baton to Saral sir, and he will decide your fate for the next 90 odd minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Have a nice day, guys. Catch you guys soon. Take care.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon or good evening. What should I say, by the way, sir? It's 4:20. What? Oh, I thought in verbal ability might be having some other- So,
good morning बोल देता हूँ सर कई बार.
so I already had lunch, and now Vikrant sir is going for lunch as well. But we would not give you time to have lunch. You are young people. You don't need that, I suppose, at this stage. And of course, along with the class, you must be having some snacks in between. Of course, you are at home. So just keep doing that. Keep taking those snacks. Keep drinking some water along with that. And now we start with our LRDI session. We already have had quant and verbal ability. So it's LRDI now that we are going to start with. And I'm sure that the next 90 minutes we'll be discussing some good LRDI stuff here. So there are 3-4 sets that we are going to discuss. I'm sure that if you try them, you will definitely feel better about your skills of reasoning. And of course, we'll be discussing them together to learn some new things now. So once again, good evening or good afternoon, whatever you want to say. So let's start with the first set of LRDI today. Here is it on your screen. Please read it first. 410 students of 5 different colleges have registered in TS Education Services for a course. These colleges are PSIT, IYT, Shamia, DEC, and ITM. TS Education Services team has divided the city in a grid network as shown in the figure below, which I'll be showing it to you now. The grid network follows the coordinate rule to identify the points on it. One can travel along this grid only. The 5 colleges are shown by dots, and the number written in the bracket below, a college's name, represent the number of students from the respective college. So now I'll be showing you a graph. That's a grid line that you would be seeing. And a person can move only through those grid lines at what the question says. And from that graph, we have to figure out a few certain things. Of course, that will be asked to you in the question. So now Navin sir and Gourav sir are also here with me, right? So अच्छा खासा lunch करके दोनों आ गए हैं, पहुंच गए हैं यहाँ पे. So पहले मैं परेशान करूँगा, फिर उसके बाद नवीन सर और गौरव सर. Uh-huh.
Third and fourth.
ठीक है. Okay, so let me show you the graph first. 410 people from these colleges. Here is the graph.
Wow.
So
Such a massive set of data.
probably बच्चों का भी पहला वही यही होगा कि क्या ये LRDI है? But this is actually LRDI. It's a coordinate system that they have shown. So 0, 0 is here. These are all roads of the city, basically, you can say so. And we have PSIT college here. 120 is the strength of that college. Then we have IYT here. Strength of that college is 50. ITM is here. The strength is 120. Similarly, DEC is there and Shamia is also there with their strengths as 60 each. Please take a screenshot of this if required. I think YouTube people can still go back and see that. But the people on the app, take a screenshot of it. Okay? Take a screenshot of this. It's the road network. E का है? सत्यांशु पूछ रहे हैं ना?
E का है.
E प्रसन्न है
E है
और
but
हमें
E-
उत्तर देना.
E तो है ही नहीं.
E क्वेश्चन में नहीं है.
हल करना है प्रसन्न को. हम सरल करेंगे. Okay. But it's a nice set, a nice concept we'll be discussing through this set. I'm sure you'll feel good about it after we discuss the solution for that. So let's see what kind of questions he would be asking you now. Okay. I'm sure you guys have taken a screenshot of this or a picture of this, whatever needed. You must have done it. So Karthik is saying TSC. What is TSC? Do we have TSC anywhere?
नहीं सर मैंने तो नहीं रीड किया ऐसा कुछ.
Probably you are talking about this TS Education Services. This is the name of the company, basically. Nothing else. Okay? That's what probably you are talking about. Okay, so let's move on. Let's start looking at the kind of questions that they would be asking us. Here is the first question. If TS Education Services team decides to open only one center, find out the coordinates of this only center such that the sum of the total distance traveled by all the students is minimum. Okay. If they decide to open only one center, find out the coordinates of this only center such that sum of the total distance traveled by all the students is minimum. These are some of the options with us. I don't think we need options. We can straight away start with this. Okay. DILR who has Saral series will come. Push. I don't think I'm able to do anything in DILR that way. I mean the way we have done in Quant. There still we have singlet questions. So in those probably something can be done. But not in DILR. Okay. So we have 120 people over here. We have 50 people here. We have 120 people over here. These 60 people are here and these 60 people are here. Where should I open a center such that the distance traveled by these all people should be minimum possible? Distance traveled should be minimum possible. Though, in these kind of questions, actually you can use the concept which Navin sir discussed with you today. The concept of modulus, if you guys remember that. So I can take the x coordinate as x of the center, y coordinate of the center as y, and then I can do that, okay, x minus 0 because its x coordinate is 0 and mod of that, but it will be multiplied by 120. Let me tell you, I mean, what am I trying to say? Let us say the center we try to open is here. Okay, the x coordinate of the center is x. How far these people will have to move on x coordinate only? Currently, I'm just talking about x. Forget about how above or below are they going. How far these people will have to move? These people will have to move x minus the x coordinate of this, which is 0, and modulus of that. Because when I go on the other side, then I would not be writing x minus 19, right? Ultimately, the distance would be positive only. And this will be multiplied by 120. Reason, there are 120 people over here. So this distance would be traveled by 120 people. Similarly, what about these guys? Their x coordinate is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So their distance would be x minus 6 mod. And it is multiplied by 50 because 50 people would be here. Right? And then 120 people, they are also on 6. So 50 and 120 is 170 people would be traveling this much. Similarly, I can do it for DEC and Shamia as well. and that would be 120 times of mod of x minus 19. Now for this statement, if I ask you, what is the minimum distance traveled by them? Or what is the minimum possible value of this expression? This will give us the answer. We have already done this. I'm sure you would. I mean, आज ही किया है, आज ही बात की थी सर ने x plus 1, 2x plus 1, 3x plus 1 kind of question.
X equal to
So
6.
how do we deal with that?
X equal to 6.
तो उसी से आंसर आ जाता है. क्या साकेत कुछ आंसर दे रहे हैं 12,7 और शिव ने कुछ बोला, बाकी तो काफी लोग चुप हैं.
Close to 120.
Can we have some more answers? Of course, this is a mathematical way of doing this question. People who are good at mathematics, they must be looking at this solution. But of course, there is a logical way as well. Though maths is also logic. अगर मैं इसी चीज को थोड़ा सा equation की form में ना लिख के, I start discussing it in a form. So वो जो बन जाएगा मेरे पास, वो एक logical way बन जाएगा. We will be talking about that as well.
श्रेयस लिख रहे हैं equidistant from all the colleges. तो श्रेयस एक स्टूडेंट ट्रैवल नहीं कर रहा और क्वेश्चन समझो कि sum of the distances traveled by all the students is what we
दो इश्यूज है ना सीरीज उसमें. एक तो equidistant from all of them. How would you find that out? ये तो सबके अलग अलग कोऑर्डिनेट्स हैं. इक्विडिस्टेंट निकालना वैसे ही बड़ा मुश्किल काम हो जाएगा. और फिर थर्ड बात ये भी है कि सबकी स्ट्रेंथ भी अलग अलग है. So we have to find that center that according to the strength also the minimum distance has to be there traveled by them. Okay. Okay. So let's I'll discuss the other solution of this as I said before. ये पूरा कैसे डिलीट होता है? पता नहीं होता.
पूरा वहां से होता है सर शायद. रुकिए एक बार रुकिए.
Thank you. Okay, let's look at the logical solution of this and please pay attention to this part. A little difficult to understand this, but can I say for a moment, for all these colleges, forget about their y-axis distance, their y component. How above are these? I mean, just bring all of them on the ground for once. Bring all of them on the ground. That means if PSIT was here with 120 kids, if ITM also comes here, so ITM and IYT, they both would be here with 50 plus 120, 170 kids. And bring both of them down to here, so 120 kids are here as well. So just think about this currently. There are 120 people here, there are 120 people there, and there are 170 people over here. Where should I open the center? Forget about y coordinate. Where should I open the center such that the distance traveled by them is minimum possible? Can I say I should be opening exactly here where these 170 people are? How am I able to say that? Just again logically. If the center I shift it from here to some other point, these 120 people will have to move extra. These 170 people will have to move extra. Those 120 will have to move less. So distance would decrease for 120 people, but would increase for 290 people. Distance will start increasing. Similarly, if I shift the center on this side, distance for these 170 and those 120, 290 people would start increasing and it would decrease for 120 people. That means overall it would be again increasing. So the moment you shift it to the right or left, the distance traveled by the people will start increasing. Therefore, I should be opening the center exactly at this point. I repeat, I'm not talking about the y coordinate currently. I'm just talking about x coordinate. We have not got our answer. On the x-axis, I should be opening it here. That's what I mean by this. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Can you just write it in the chat box? All of you, people from the app, people from YouTube as well. Just write it there that yes, we have understood. Because once you would say that yes, we have understood, then I would also feel happy that okay, I've been able to make it clear to you. On the x coordinate, it should be on x is equal to 6. This is x is equal to 6 ka line hai na? Ye x is equal to 6 ka line hai. So therefore it should be here. Yes. So everyone is saying yes. That's great. Thank you. Thank you. Amrita, Shiv, Karthik, Badri, Priyabrata and everyone else.
And हम ये भी बोल सकते हैं ना अगर 120 है उनके बीच में कहीं पे भी होगा तो some of the distances for those will always be equal, will always remain same.
So ultimately it's about 170.
170.
Very
good.
Very good, Gaurav. Good.
Thank you.
You will do good this time in exams. Okay, second thing now. अभी आपने आंसर नहीं दिया.
मैं दे नहीं रहा.
Give a good answer.
Still you will do.
Okay, now let's talk about the y component. We talked about the x component. according to the x component, we should be having it on 6. What about the y component now? For the y component, bring all of them on the same y axis. These 120 people would come over here. These 60 people would come over here. And then these 60 people would come with these 50 people, and they will become 110 here, 120 here. So I have 60 people here, 120 people here, 120 here, and 110 here. Once again, let's talk about it, that where should I keep the center on y-axis as the distance is minimized? I see the maximum number of people is here, 120, and here. So in between these two, wherever the line is, does not make a difference. कहीं पर भी उनके बीच में. But I cannot take it below that, because then for 110 people the distance would increase, but for all of these 240 it would start increasing. What does that mean? If I have the center here, this will minimize my distance. Now just think of this again. If I move it here, what will happen? Distance of 110 people would decrease, but 120, 60, 120, 300 people will have to move extra. 110 people will have to move less. 310 will have to move extra. That means it's not advisable. What if I move on this side? Distance for these 180 would decrease, but distance for 230 would start increasing. Once again, the distance would increase. So according to y-axis, it should be here. According to x-axis, it should be here. So my center should be exactly at this point, which is 6, 4. So that's the right answer for us for the first question. Oh, sorry. This is here. 6, 4 is the correct answer. Yes, is it clear to all? Jara batao, Shiv has got it already. Understood? गौरव सर टेंशन नहीं, साथ में मिलकर अच्छा करेंगे एग्जाम से. सरल सर की शरण में है हम. शरण में है मतलब दिल आ जाता दिखता ही नहीं. But I'm sure logically also, I mean, you और अगर मैं सही बताऊं, शायद नवीन सर अभी आपको थोड़ी देर में ये बात बोलेंगे ही बोलेंगे, वो ये this question can be done using modulus, right? And can be done logically like this. So basically other way around also I can say, right? कि मॉडुलस को मैं ऐसे कर सकता हूं फिर, बिल्कुल, कि मॉडुलस का क्वेश्चन भी फिर ऐसे किया जा सकता है. अगर ये क्वेश्चन मॉडुलस वाला था और ऐसे कर रहे हैं हम लॉजिकली, सो कांट वी डू मॉडुलस क्वेश्चंस लाइक दैट. एंड एक्चुअली वी डू इट मेनी टाइम्स, कि मॉडुलस को आप ऐसे ही मान के चलो, इट्स अ डिस्टेंस बिटवीन x एंड a इफ इट इज x माइनस a. तो x और a का गैप ही है, तो वही यहां बता रहे हैं. तो लॉजिकली समझने वाली चीज है बस. आप कुछ करें. मैं बोल रहा था सारे सेंटर्स, सारे कॉलेजेस का x कोऑर्डिनेट का मीडियन, y कोऑर्डिनेट का मीडियन, वो दोनों मीडियन आंसर. वही वो उसे वो आप मॉड वाले से आप वाला सॉल्यूशन है कि मॉड वाले से मीडियन लगा दो, है ना, स्ट्रेंथ लगा लो, बट स्ट्रेंथ देख के. हां, स्ट्रेंथ के साथ, है ना, स्ट्रेंथ के साथ. बेसिकली जो मॉडुलस के बाहर उसका मैग्नीट्यूड कोएफिशिएंट था, वो काम आएगा. Okay, so that was question number 1. So the answer for question number 1 is 6-4. Option D would be the right answer. Okay, let's move on to the second one now. Second question क्या कहता है? After 6 months, the team proposed to start another center without shifting the first center of the above problem. Find out the coordinate of the second center, assuming this proposal is put forward just to further minimize the distance traveled by all the students. They are saying one center is already there. They are saying कि एक और center बनाओ and make the center such that overall distance is minimized. So I already have a center here. This center is very close to the center. This center is very close to the center. If I have to make another center, can I say I'll try to make a center which is closer to the other colleges as well? Now this college has the maximum strength from the other 3 colleges. These 60 are also close to them. These 60 people can also come to the center now. So once again, logically again, I can say that this center is good enough for these people and these people. For those 60 people, I do not need a new center to them. Rather, if I make a center at this point only, these 120 people will not have to move at all now. यही center बना दिया, उनको चलना नहीं पड़ेगा. And for those 60 people, rather than this center, this would be closer to them. तो वो 60 वहां चले जाएंगे. Those 60 would automatically come to this point. So ultimately, by making a center here, I will have the second one also. Right? Perfect. Perfect है? Right? So this is the right answer for the second question. कौन सा point हुआ ये? This is 619, नहीं 615. 615. So नहीं 6:15.
15 हुआ
So 6:15 is the correct answer. That is option C. Agreed, everyone? Is there anyone who is having any doubt at any of these points? 6:15 is the right answer for the second question. हाँ, अगर क्वेश्चन ने ये बोला होता ना that you choose 2 centers of your choice, then I would not have made these 2 centers then, right? But yes, if he says first center is already there at 6:4, I need another center now. तो ऐसे केस में तो I have to put the other center there. Otherwise, if he straight away ask me कि कोई भी 2 center आप बना लो, कोई भी 2 center होते तो I would have probably made them at some other places. अगर वो आएगा तो उसके बारे में भी बात करेंगे. Amrita says, can we go by options? Actually, yes, we can go by options, Amrita. Absolutely. We can go by options too. But the problem with options would have been this, none of these. कि आपने चारों केसेस देखे और किसी इन चारों में से एक केस में मिनिमम डिस्टेंस हो रहा है. बट हाउ वुड आई नो कि नन ऑफ दिस में कोई और जगह तो नहीं है ऐसी जहां पे मिनिमाइज हो रहा हो. देयर इज अ प्रॉब्लम विद इट. We don't need any exact values to compare. No, Virendra. As I said, logical reasoning a question, and I just need logic to understand this, that where should I put these centers? So, of course, ये logic का ही तो part है that wherever maximum number of people or students are there, make a center there so that they don't have to move, rather than making a center between 2 centers. वहां बना दो ना जहां लोग ज्यादा है, तो अपने आप ही बाकी में डिस्टेंस कम हो जाएगा. Okay, next question. The ratio of the number of students in 2 centers of the first 2 problems is given by. तो ये जो दोनों centers हैं, how many students would be there? तो इन पे आ रहे हैं 120 plus 50, that is 170 plus 60. 230 people would be coming to this center, and 120 plus 60, 180 people would be coming to this center. 230 is to 180 is 23 is to 18. That's the answer for the third question as well. And then we go to the last question of this. Last क्या कहता है? If the team decided to open 2 centers in a way such that sum of the total distance traveled by all the students is minimum, find out the minimum distance between these two. Distance नहीं, वैसे फिर से vertices दे रखे, distance तो नहीं पूछ रहा है. Okay, अब वही बात आ गई जिसके बारे में हम लोग बात कर रहे थे. जिसका डर था वो हो गया finally. Now he says make 2 centers of your choice. Make them anywhere. But the total distance traveled by all the people should be minimized. Total distance minimize करना है. So I see that the maximum strength is here and here. These are the 2 centers at which we have the maximum strength, that is 120. इसके अलावा 50, 60, 60, there are no 2 centers which add up to 120 or more. Sorry, more than 120. ये दोनों 120 तो बना रहे हैं, 120 से ज्यादा कोई भी नहीं बना रहा. So what if I make a center here so that these 60 people would go to that point, and I make a center here so that these people do not have to move at all. These 50 can come here and those 60 can also come here. Now the point is, what if I shift this center? क्या अब भी कोई फर्क पड़ता है shift करने से? देखिए, if I shift this center to some other point, these 120 people will have to move extra. Those 110 people will have to move less. 120 का distance would increase, 110 का decrease, so ultimately 10 लोगों का तो distance increase होगा. So shifting a center on that side will actually increase the distance. Shift it above 50 plus 60 or 120, सबका ही distance बढ़ जाएगा. Shift it below, once again for 120 people distance would increase, for 110 the distance would decrease. Once again the distance would be increasing by 10. So ultimately the best possible solution is make a center here, make a center here, and that gives the right answer. तो एक आ जाएगा हमारा 0.4 पे, है ना, और एक आ जाएगा 6.15 पे. So 0.4 and 6.15 are the correct answers. तो कहाँ दे रखा है 0.4, 6.15? Option B. So B option is the right answer. These were the 4 questions from this first set. I'm sure now you would have found it an easy set. आसान सा लगा होगा, बहुत आराम से किया होगा. उसके अलावा जब अच्छे सेट कराने के लिए एक और आदमी यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं, तो आसान वाले काम इन्होंने दिया था कि आप कर लीजिएगा, मुश्किल वाले हम कर रहे हैं. ओके, आओ सर, कौन ले आप? Anyone, whichever you feel like. हाँ, ये वाला सेट.
Hello everyone. So now our next set is a typical problem of logical reasoning. So let us all read this data. So data read करते हैं. It says 6 members: Mukesh, Shobha, Anish, Nimmi, Pranoy, and Arunoy, traveling in AC 3 compartment of Rajdhani Express. Now this compartment consists of 6 berths with 3 berths on each side. This is as usual. The berths are named lower, middle, and upper. Now, important information starting from here. Their ages are distinct 2-digit numbers with multiples of integral years. So वैसे ये जरूरत नहीं था. ठीक है. So you can keep it like that. The digits of the ages are from the 3 digits A, B, and C. So important information given क्या है यहाँ पे? Their ages are distinct 2-digit numbers. Okay. And the digits are among these 3 digits A, B, and C. Okay. And with these extra information. So I'll give you 3 minutes. Read this information, read all these pointers, and make this arrangement. You have 3 minutes. 5 मिनट दे सकते हैं? 5 मिनट का है? अच्छा लग जाएंगे. डिफिकल्ट है?
डिफिकल्ट नहीं.
चलिए. So 4 to 5 minutes. नवीन सर ने कह दिया. कह दिया. 46 है 50 तक. Everyone. So what's the status, friends? I believe solvable set है, आसान set है. चलिए सॉल्व करते हैं. It's more than 4 minutes. So let's first of all consider this information. So obviously these are 6 people and their ages are distinct 2-digit numbers such that these 3 digits are used. Okay. So now using these 3 digits, which all 6 2-digit numbers can be made. So I'll write all these numbers. So it can be AB, BA, AC, CA, BC and CB. So these will be the 6 2-digit numbers that we can make using the digits A, B and C. And these numbers are distinct 2-digit numbers and they are multiples of integral years, right? All right. Now, it is given that sum of everyone's age is 176, right? So, if I'll make 2-digit numbers here, so one of these numbers I can write 10A plus B, then 10B plus A, then 10A plus C, 10C plus A, 10B plus C, and 10C plus B. Now, if I'll add all of them, 10A दो बार है and A दो बार है. So A will be 22 times. So 22 times A, then 22 times B and 22 times C. So 22 times A plus B plus C. This will be the sum of all these 6 numbers, right? Now, the first statement says that sum of everyone's age is 176. So I have one equation with me that this 22 times A plus B plus C is equal to 176. From here, I have A plus B plus C as 176 divided by 22 and that is equal to 8. So A plus B plus C, sum of these digits I have obtained as 8. Okay. Ab A, B and C, these are distinct numbers obviously and their sum is 8. So what can be the possibilities for A, B and C? If I consider A, B and C in increasing order or whatever order, so let's write the possibilities for A, B and C. So A plus B plus C is equal to 8. So A, B and C. Now since all of these numbers are 2-digit numbers, so none of A, B and C can be 0. A, B, C में से कोई भी 0 नहीं हो सकता. Such that their sum is equal to 8. The possibilities for A, B and C can be 1, 2 and 5. This is the possibility. And another possibility for A, B and C can be 1, 3 and 4. Right?
Why not A, B, B, C, C? Are the numbers distinct? Yeah, digits distinct. Question says distinct 2-digit numbers. So digits are distinct.
Huh. So digits are distinct, yes. So Karthik, you are asking this thing. So digits are distinct. Okay? Fine. Chaliye. So these are the 2 possibilities. Now using the first possibility, what can be these 6 2-digit numbers? So if I'll use this possibility, the numbers can be 12, 15, 21, 25, 51, 52. Okay. And I'll write the other possibility using this. So it can be 13, 14, 31, 34, 41 and 43. Okay. Now you have 2 possibilities, 2 different possibilities for these 6 2-digit numbers written in front of you. Okay. So now tell me, out of these 2 possibilities, which possibility will be considered based on the other information? So if I look at one of the lines, one of the statements, number 3, all the three births on the same side are taken by members whose age is a prime number year, right? So out of these 6 numbers, at least 3 numbers should be prime, right? If you look at possibility 1, here, none of these numbers is prime. So इनमें से कोई भी number prime नहीं है. So this possibility is not, this possibility can be rejected, okay? And I will keep the second possibility alive, okay? So that means the ages of these 6 people will be 13, 14, 31, 34, 41 and 43, okay? All right. So Rupanshi and Stoic Chronicles, Saket, Satyanshu, all of you are saying, all of you are accepting that this will be the possibility. ठीक है ना? सही है. तो मेरे पास 6 ages तो आ गई है. अब इनको अरेंज करना है. कौन लोअर बर्थ पे है, कौन मिडिल बर्थ पे है, कौन अपर बर्थ पे है. ओके, सो ये वाली इंफॉर्मेशन इरेज कर देते हैं. All right. So I have the ages of these people. This. Now, second number statement says that Mukesh and Shobha being the eldest. So Mukesh and Shobha being the eldest take the lower births. So Mukesh and Shobha, their ages will be 41, 43 और vice versa. ठीक है ना? So Mukesh और Shobha में से कोई भी 41 हो सकता है, कोई भी 43 हो सकता है. Right? But they will take the lowest births. Fine, because they are the eldest. Right? So यहाँ पे Mukesh and Shobha, fine, lowest, and their ages 41, 43. 41, 43. So out of these members, Mukesh is gone, Shobha is gone, ages 41 and 43 are gone. लेफ्ट साइड में कौन होगा, राइट साइड में कौन होगा, मुकेश के ऊपर कौन होगा, शोभा के ऊपर कौन होगा, ये हम बाद में देखेंगे. ठीक. सो दिस वाज सेकंड स्टेटमेंट. थर्ड वन, ऑल द 3 births of the same side are taken by the members whose age is a prime numbered year. Okay, so on one side, lower, middle and upper birth, all 3 numbers will be prime. अब 41, 43 तो दोनों ही prime numbers हैं. So the remaining prime numbers will either come above 43 or they will come above 41. Both the numbers. अब कितने prime numbers बचे हैं? 13 is prime, 14 is not prime, 31 is prime, 34 is not prime. So luckily we are left with only 2 prime numbers, and both these prime numbers will either come above 41 or they both will come above 43. But they will come on the same side. इतना clarity है. ठीक है? So 13 and 31, 13 and 31, they together will go either on both on left hand side or both on right hand side. ठीक है, आगे चलते हैं. So statement number 3 is also read. I will come back to this statement again. Next, Arunoy being the youngest takes the upper berth right above the berth taken by Nimi. Okay, so Arunoy being the youngest. So youngest is 13-year-old. Fine. So मैं assume कर लेता हूं अरुणॉय यहां पे है. Okay, 13-year-old, and his berth is upper berth right above the berth taken by Nimi. So Nimi is right below Arunoy, right?
को AR लिखना होगा. There is one more.
अच्छा, हाँ देखते हैं, चलो बाद में देख लेंगे. अनीश है, हाँ तो अरुणॉय को AR लिख देते हैं. So this is AR and Nimi will come right below this, and ये हमने देखा था कि 13 और 31 they will come on the same side, right? So that means Nimi will be 31-year-old. Okay? अब इनका जो लोअर बर्थ होगा वहां पे 41 और 43 कौन सा वाला आएगा वो अभी तक हमें स्टिल नहीं पता. ठीक है, चलिए. So this is done, statement number 4. Now moving on to statement number 5. Mukesh and Anish's age are made up of the same digits. So Mukesh can be either 41 or 43, right? Nimi is already 31 and Arunoy is 13. They are saying that Mukesh and Anish's age are made up of same digits and they take births on the same side. अब मुकेश 41, 43 में से कोई भी हो सकता है, तो अनीश कौन सा वाला होगा? 41 का 14 बचा हुआ है एंड 43 के लिए 34, ये दोनों ही बचे हुए हैं. सो अभी इस स्टेटमेंट को ओपन रखते हैं. लेट्स मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट स्टेटमेंट. So that means Anish की age, it can be either 14 or it can be 34. So I'm unable to conclude anything from statement number 5. ठीक है? Statement number 6 पे चलते हैं. Pranoy takes a birth right opposite to one who is 1 year younger to Pranoy. So Pranoy is opposite to either Nimi or Anroy such that the difference between their ages is equal to 1. 1 का difference होना चाहिए. अब कौन बचा है? 14 बचा है और 34 बचा है. 34 एंड 31 में डिफरेंस 1 का नहीं है. Arunoy who is 13, so Pranoy will be equal to 14 such that the difference is equal to 1. So this person Pranoy will be right opposite to Arunoy and age will be 14. ठीक है? So Nimi के opposite कौन बचा है? Nimi के opposite I have 34 only. And who will be this person? It has to be Anish. Anish is the only one left. So Anish की age हो गई 34. All right. So this is from statement number 6. Pranoy take a birth right opposite to the one who is 1 year younger to Pranoy. So Pranoy के opposite कौन है? 1 year younger than Pranoy. Clear? अब वापस चलते हैं statement number 5 पे. Statement number 5 क्या कह रहा है? Mukesh and Anish's age are made up of same digits. So Anish 34. So Mukesh will be 43. Right? So Mukesh will be 43 and they take birth on the same side. So that means Mukesh will be right below Anish and Mukesh की age क्या होगी? It has to be 43 using the digits which are the digits of Anish's age. Okay? So now I also got the age of Mukesh and the side at which Mukesh is. So Mukesh will be at this side with the age of 43 and Shobha will be here with the age 41. That's it. That's the complete arrangement and now we can solve the questions based on this. Okay? Questions देखने हैं? हाँ? Questions देख लेते हैं चलो. What is some of the ages of the family members who take the middle birth? मिडल पे हमें पता है कौन कौन है. निमी एंड अनीश 31 एंड 34. सो द सम ऑफ देयर एजेस 31 प्लस 34 दैट इज इक्वल टू 65. ओके, जल्दी से फिनिश करते हैं. हाउ ओल्ड प्रणॉय इज? सो प्रणॉय की एज, प्रणॉय इज हियर एंड द एज इज 14. ओके, what is the maximum difference in the ages of a pair of people who take births on the same side? Births on the same side, we have to maximize the difference. So let's consider both the sides. So on the left hand side, the difference, maximum difference is 13 and 41 ka difference, which is 28. So 28 is the difference on this side and यहाँ पे difference कितना है? 14 and 43, 29. So 29 out of these two, 28 and 29, 29 is maximum. So my answer should be 29 for this. Okay. Last question. What is the difference? इसके बाद एक और है question. अच्छा. What is the difference of ages of spouses of a married couple? So अभी तक हमें married couple पता नहीं है. So difference of ages of spouses of a married couple lie between 1 and 4 years. So बोल रहा है कि married couple है, spouses की जो age का difference है, it will be between 1 and 4 years. So that means the difference can be 2 or 3. Okay, between 1 and 4. Inclusive तो नहीं लिखा हुआ यहाँ पे. So the difference can be 2 or 3. Okay. If there is a couple, उनकी age का difference या तो 2 होगा या फिर 3 होगा. So who among the following is a married couple? इनमें से married couple कौन कौन हो सकता है? So एक एक करके चेक कर लेते हैं. एजेस पता है हमें सबकी. ठीक है. सो पॉसिबिलिटीज, आई एम सॉरी, सो पॉसिबिलिटीज देख लेते हैं. 2 या 3 का डिफरेंस होना चाहिए. दीज आर द एजेस. सो 13, 14 इनमें से कौन सा हो सकता है? ये नहीं हो सकता, ये नहीं हो सकता. यहाँ पे 3 का नहीं, ये हो सकता है 3 का डिफरेंस और ये 2 का डिफरेंस. राइट. सो 3 का डिफरेंस, 2 का डिफरेंस. सो 31 और 34 वाली हो सकते हैं. married couple. So 31 can be married with 34, Nimi or Anish. 41 can be married with 43, that is Shobha and Mukesh. So let's check out of the options whom we have. So Mukesh and Nimi, not the answer. Anish, Shobha, not. Mukesh and Shobha, who were at the lower berths, they can be a couple. Okay. Which of the following is true? Some of the ages of any pair of members is unique. Everyone's age is an odd number. Obviously, this is false because there was a person whose age was 14, right? 34. So 14 and 34 age ki wajah se, not all of them are odd. Minimum difference between the ages of any pair of members is 2. No, this is also not correct because there was a pair of person whose age was 13 and 14, Arunoy and Pranoy, who were at the upper berth. Okay, so difference could be 1 as well. So this is not the answer. There are 3 members whose age is prime numbers. No, there were 4 members. So 13, 43, 41 and 31. So 13 and 31, 41 and 43. These were the 4 people whose age were prime number. So the correct answer will be option A. All right. Huh. All the members on the same side need to have prime numbers, right? Shrish, there was a condition that was given. I'm sorry. So there was a condition that was given. All the 3 berths on the same side are taken by the members whose age is a prime number. So out of the 2 sides, one of the sides will have all the 3 members having prime numbered ages. Okay, so this was given here.
The ki jagah A hota. So what Shrish is saying would have been correct.
Yeah.
All the 3 berths of any side. Because it says the same side.
The same side.
Bilkul. One side.
Okay, chaliye. So that's it about this set. Now, the next set, set number 4, I'll invite Navin sir.
Thank you, sir. So welcome back, everyone. Why before you add 10 with every digit A, B, C? Garima, it is given it's a 2-digit number, isn't it? So AB will become 10A plus B. But they didn't mention exactly 3 members, so there is a possibility that 4 sentence can be true in last question. They didn't mention exactly 3 members. Shubham, they did mention exactly 3 members.
They mentioned 3.
Sorry. Three birds mentioned, Shubham. Ashwini, please look into the initial part where it is using this particular last 2 statements. We get to know that there are 6 members. So the 6 numbers were, their ages were AB. ABC से कितने 2-digit numbers बना सकते हो? Right? Where the digits are going to be distinct. Right? You can make AB, BA, AC, CA and BC, CB. These are the 6 numbers possible. Now, how do you represent any 2-digit number? Let's say AB, 10A plus B. So that is something that Gourav sir had already written, Ashwini. So please go back to the video. He had erased that part. You can go ahead and check it out. For last question, only 4th option. Last question ka 4th option. It says which of the following is a true, Shubham. So वैसे R तो होना चाहिए था, एक ही true होगा. It says there are 3 members whose age is a prime number age. The answer is no, there are no 3 members but 4 members. Right, Shubham? 4 लोग हैं जिनका prime number आया था. 13, 31, 41, 43. This says 3. Okay. Next set. Which topic is this from, everyone? जल्दी से पढ़ के बताओ. Shiv, it says no that these members, they had ages which are made up of distinct 2-digit numbers. Right? So the digits are going to be distinct for everybody's age, isn't it? Kiss topic hai? Games and tournament. Very good. Now within games and tournament, is this knockout? Is it round robin? Round robin, knockout. Miscellaneous.
Good.
Round robin. Chalo, very good. League matches, round robin. So, this is the only information. There is no next slide. जो है यही है. I'll tell you what you have to do. You have to figure out that whatever number of matches are going to be played, they're going to be played against which two teams and which team wins, which team loses. As in इसका पूरा सर्जरी करना है, पूरा काला चिट्ठा खोल देना है. ठीक है? So, कितना? 4-5 minutes? I think that is good enough. I don't think you need screenshot share because this is the entire question. There is no next slide. Next slide is actually directly a question. So you don't need a screenshot. है ना? चलो. Dhanraj, there are three types of questions that come in games under games and tournament. The first one is round robin, also known as league matches. The second one is knockout tournament, and the third is miscellaneous. Miscellaneous means it can be any game. It can be a Ludo, it can be a chess, it can be Sudoku, it can be some made-up game. So called as miscellaneous. So these are the three different types of questions that come under games and tournament. Nahi, Irshad, set 2 we skipped. Vasil, it says total points and it says teams. So obviously total means sum, as in you add. That's what total is, isn't it? So when that 20 says it's the sum of the points given to N and O. So Irshad, we made enough number of sets in case you guys were able to solve the questions quicker. So we will like कि बच्चे अगर इतनी स्पीड से करेंगे तो इतने सेट्स इतने क्वेश्चंस चाहिए. Depending upon the speed of the class, we have to improvise. So we realize that we won't be able to solve 4 sets and we won't be able to solve around 20 questions in quant as well. So we minimize the number of questions in quant. और LRDI भी थोड़ा एक कम कर दिया. इसलिए सेट 2 आपको नहीं दिखा. 1 के बाद 3, 4. Chalo, almost 1 more minute left. So if you guys are done, please type in done in the chat. I'll get to know किसका क्या है. फिर मैं आगे questions पूछ लूंगा. Then I'll come back and discuss. Course, it looks difficult. It's not. It's actually एक बार आंसर के बाद ना वो पता चल जाता है, बड़ा सिंपल था. The trick is in the table. Okay, good, Vinay. Good, Shresh. Okay, Kush. Okay, Vikram. Okay, Shubham. So students on the app are able to solve faster than the students who are on YT. So on the app, obviously, we have our students. Team and its points are identified. Good, Navneet. अब ये भी पता कर लो, looking at the points, that which team won or lost how many games, and looking at that, you can further conclude the match was between which pair of teams. Right? Good, Arushi. Good, Uddhav from YT. Good. Chalo, let's start discussing. So we have 5 teams and they are going to play against each other exactly once, right? एक बार खेल खेलेंगे. So from here, can we say the number of matches in the tournament is going to be 5 into 4 by 2. That is total 10 matches are going to be played, right? People also treat this 5 into 4 by 2 as 5C2. If there are n teams, you have NC2 matches. Total 10 matches on it. Where Naga is going to play against Otto, Igni, Duda and Ilo, that is 4 matches. Otto is going to play 4 matches. Igni is going to play 4 matches. So everybody plays 4 matches, right? Okay. A win results in 3 points awarded to the winning team. A tie results in 1 point awarded to each of the 2 teams. And a loss results in no points awarded to the losing team. Okay? 3, 1 and 0 ka pattern hai. Win, draw and loss. The following table gives the sum of the points awarded to given pairs of team. Pairs किसको बोलते हैं? 2 को. So दो का नाम लिखा हुआ है. The following table gives the sum of the points awarded to given pairs of teams at the end of the tournament. So this list is not somewhere in the middle of the tournament. This is after the tournament was over. There were a total of 3 draw matches in the tournament. So there is one further information given to us कि total 3 draws हुए थे. ठीक है? Okay. Suppose Naga scored N points, Otto scored O points, Naga scored N points, Duda scored D points, Naga scored N points, Ilo scored A points, Naga scored N points, Igni scored I points. So from here, can we say N plus O is equal to 20, N plus D is equal to 14, N plus A is equal to 11, N plus I is equal to 12. Where these letters, capital letters, these are the points that the respective teams had at the end of the tournament. Tournament khatam hone ke baad, when I asked N kitne points, N says mere paas N points. Naga says they have N points. Now, if I add all of these, the left hand side, you will find I have 4 times N, O, D, A and I, right? So I have 4 times N plus O plus I plus D plus A. Yeah. And if I add all the values on the right hand side, this is going to result in 57. Right? Okay. Now, अब इसको ऐसे देखो. Total 10 matches खेलने. 10 matches. Out of these 10 matches, 3 matches ended in a draw. ये 3 match. So the last match में कितने points award हुए होंगे? 2. 1 to each team. The other draw match, how many points were awarded to the teams overall? इस match में केवल 1-1 था. 2 more points. Third draw, 2 points. So in the draw matches itself, how many points were awarded to the teams? किसको गया? I don't care. but I just want to see how many points were awarded. Can I say 6 points were awarded here? In these 3 drawn matches? Okay. What about the remaining 7 matches? These 7 matches, they ended in a win or a loss. So if I look at this particular match, इसमें एक win एक loss था. As in one team won, another lose. So the team who wins get 3 points and the team who loses gets 0. So can I say in this particular match, 3 points were awarded to the teams total overall? In the next match with a result of win and a loss, 3 points were awarded, 3 points, 3 points. So can I say, look, observing this, that this overall, the total number of points, this is a culmination or this is a combination of a total of 7 matches that ends in a win or a draw, in which every match you give away 3 points to the teams. And you will have 3 matches that will end in a draw, where you give away 2 points overall, 1-1. So this is going to result in 21 plus 6, which is 27. ठीक है? अब यहाँ से, if you think about this, ये 27 points, can we say these are the points distributed among each of N, O, D, A and I? So, इधर देखो. If I take out 1N from 4N and if I write it like this, and it is given to us as that this is 57, ठीक है? मेरे को ये equal to नहीं लिखना चाहिए था. Can I say this itself is 27 points? वो वाला 27? The number of total points that these 5 teams have among themselves. Because whatever the points were awarded whenever there was a draw or whenever the result was a win or loss, वो total points 27 award हुए होंगे. And those 27 points went to one of these 5 teams, then the remaining 2, the next 5, one of the 5 teams. As in 5 teams के पास ये 27 गए. Those 5 teams का sum of points is 27. If you solve this, you will get the value of N is equal to 10. Now, this is the first part that you need to solve, because once you get the value of N is equal to 10, everything is going to be now very easy. So, N is going to be 10, N is going to be 10, N is going to be 10, N is going to be 10. So, the number of points that auto team has is also going to be 10, because 10 plus 10 is 20. 10 plus what is 14? So, Duda get 4 points. Points को मैं bracket में लिख दे रहा हूँ. N plus A is equal to 11. So, A gets 1. N plus I is equal to 12. So, I gets 2. Okay. So, अब यहाँ देखो. N gets 10 points. O के पास 10 points है. A has 1 point, I has 2, और एक क्या बच गया? D बच गया. Okay. D has 4. Now, N, how can N get 10 points? क्या combination होगा win or loss and draw का? See, N has to play 4 matches. Win में 3 points award होते, draw में 1, and loss में कुछ भी नहीं. So, by playing 4 matches, how can a team get a total of 10 points? What would be the combination? So, can we say the only combination is going to be 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 1. 4 values का sum 10 चाहिए, और 3, 1, 0 ही allowed है. So, 3, 3, 3, 1. Next 3, 3, 3, 1. 1 तो हमारा 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 1 आएगा. 2, I can't take a 3, so there is no win here. So 0 plus 0 plus 1 plus 1. 4 is going to be 1, 1, 1, 1. पर इतने सारे draws नहीं है ना. We have a total of 3 draws only. 3 draws मतलब 6 ones दिखने चाहिए. 4 ones are already, sorry, 5 ones are already here. So you can only have 1 more 1 here. उससे ज़्यादा तो नहीं कर सकते आप. So this is how you will get 4. So wherever you see a 3, we mean here that this is a win. So we're talking about 3 wins of N and a draw of N. Similarly, we are talking about 3 wins of O and a draw of O. We are talking about 3 losses of A and a draw of A. We are talking about 2 losses of I and 2 draws of I. We are talking about 2 losses of D, 1 win and 1 draw. So this is getting into more into depth and telling you exactly क्या चल रहा है. Right? Now, once this is done, how you want to proceed further, it is completely dependent on you. I'm erasing the previous calculation part. कि अब आप इसको कैसे represent करना चाहते हो. It depends on what capability you have while understanding games and tournament. If looking at these wins and draws and loss, you know exactly कौन किसके साथ खेला. Great. But if you can't figure it out, then what you do is you draw a matrix. A matrix is going to have, it's going to be a square matrix with, we have 5 teams of 5 rows and 5 columns. और उधर से आप उसका देख सकते हो कि कौन किसके साथ खेला, कौन सा मैच ड्रॉ हुआ. Right? So people who understand this entire thing just by looking at it without drawing the matrix, good. Very good. People who don't, for you guys, I'm going to draw that matrix so that you guys understand. Okay? क्योंकि मैं ड्रॉ करने वाला हूं तो ये थोड़ा लेंदी लगने वाला है, पर ये लेंदी है नहीं. ठीक है? Okay, so I will have NOIDA. I have NOIDA. And then I will draw the matrix. People who do not know कि ऐसे solve होता है, so please learn. We are going to strike out we are going to leave the lower triangle. बाकी सारा आप हटा देते हो. This set is relatively easier because a lot of people were able to solve it. ये उन लोगों के लिए है जो नहीं solve कर सकते, जिनको नहीं idea. Okay, we know that N has to make 3 wins and a draw. O has to make 3 wins and a draw. So where did this draw come from? N और O का? ये आपस का draw होगा. So I'm going to put a blank here like this, which means a draw. And N should win the other 3 matches. So these are the 3 matches that N is going to win. O का एक draw हो चुका है with N. That means the other 3 are going to be the wins of O. So जो भी team win कर रही है, we are writing their initials. So we are done with N, we are done with O. Then let's come to A. A का एक draw है. D has a draw and I has 2 draws. अब I के जो 2 draws हैं, ठीक है, वो आपस में तो नहीं हो सकते. I cannot play against itself और वो दोनों का draw में count हो जाए. ये तो नहीं हो सकता ना. So from here can I say definitely that a draw is between I and A and the other draw is between I and D. So I and A के बीच में एक draw है. And the other draw is between I and D. So I and D. These 2 are draws. Total 3 draws. फिर अब इधर आते हैं. Can I say that 1 win was of D? D और A में D लिखा होना चाहिए क्योंकि D का एक win चाहिए. The moment I write this down, it is more clear as to who played against whom and who won that match, which match was a draw, which match ended in a result of win and a loss. Right? Total 7 wins, 6 draws, 7 losses. Of course, 7 wins, 6 draws would mean 3 draws on each side. So that is 6 draws. 7 plus 3, that's 10 matches overall. So बस यही करना था. You need to, so the steps involved in solving this particular set was, first step was, find out कि ये जो total points दिख रहा है, उधर से ये n extra कितना है. Once you get the points of each team, you had to figure out how many wins and losses and draws each team is going to face or suffer or going to have. And after that, या तो इसको देख के आप समझ लो क्या चल रहा है, या फिर आपको ये draw करना पड़ेगा. Let's solve the questions. First question is, how many pair or pairs of team had equal number of draws in the tournament? Equal number of draws. So इधर से हम बोल सकते हैं क्या कि N का एक draw है, O has one draw, A has one draw, and D has one draw. These are the 4 teams with equal number of draws. Right? So 4 is the answer. Who won the match between A and D? Do you remember the last match? उस मैट्रिक्स में जो सबसे लास्ट मैच करा था जहां डी का एक विन बचा था, that was the match between A and D, right? So who won the match between A and D? D did. In case you don't remember, this is the match we are talking about, the match between A and D, right? How many of the given 5 teams did not win any match? So if you remember, N, O and D, ये तीनों एक मैच जीते. Sorry, they have won at least one match. It was I and A where one of them had a draw in one match and another one had 2 draws. 1 or 2 points थे उनके, है ना? So can we say there were 2 teams that did not win any match at all? Acha, sorry. Right. Vijendra, you're correct. This should be 2 because they're talking how many pairs of team. Pairs, मतलब अगर 4 teams हैं तो 2 होने चाहिए. 2 pairs. Sorry. I did not read that pair word carefully. और गलती हो गया. The match between A and I resulted in one of them had 2 draws and the other one had 1 draw, and the draw was between them, right? So it resulted in a draw. Okay. Next, who was at the bottom of the points table at the end of the tournament? So it wasn't O, it wasn't D. It was between I and O, isn't it? किसका सबसे कम point था? A had the least point, right? With just 1. Bottom of the team. Bottom of the tournament. So the answer is going to be A. Points table में सबसे नीचे. So this was question number 5. 1, 2 steps, how to identify. IS did not understand your question. Hold on, let me check. Your queries have moved up. कार्तिक, ये क्रॉसेस डायगनली करना होता है, हमेशा अलग अलग होता है. कार्तिक, it's always diagonally. By just saying, can you tell 1, 2 steps how to identify? I did not understand that, Ayush. To get rid of confusion, I refer to make matrix. Is it not advisable in exam? Amrita, it depends on person to person and question to question. मेरे से अगर पूछोगे तो I will personally not draw the matrix because it will eat up a lot of time. I am comfortable with 4 to 5 teams का आपस का game. When I have 6, 7 teams, then it becomes very difficult for me to keep track of everything because every team starts playing more number of matches, isn't it? So, depending upon the number of teams, I decide. If you personally feel that drawing the matrix helps you visualize the round robin part better, go ahead with it. But if you remember, not all questions on round robin will help you generate a matrix. कुछ ऐसे questions होते हैं जहाँ matrix बना भी नहीं सकते. Okay. Now, queries. This question, you guys are saying 3 draw pairs. Please question आप समझो. Is the question asking you कि कितने matches draw में end हुए थे? ये पूछ रहा? Or is it asking you how many teams, forget about pairs, how many teams had equal number of draws? If I get 4 teams have equal number of draws, that would mean 2 pairs. If I say two teams had equal number of draws, I will say one pair. Equal number मतलब एक का अगर x draws है तो दूसरे का भी x है, third का भी x है. All should be x. So if you guys are answering 3 for this, तो आप ये बात बोल रहे हो कि this question is asking you in the tournament how many draws happened. Well, to break it to you, बेटा ये already given है. आपको लगता है कि उस क्वेश्चन का मतलब वही होगा if you are not able to identify कि क्या गड़बड़ चल रहा है? नहीं होना चाहिए, है ना? So obviously that question means something else. What does it mean? Forget about pairs. How many teams had equal number of draws in the tournament? I am saying N had one draw. Draw कितना था? एक मैच ड्रॉ हुआ था. O का कितना मैच ड्रॉ हुआ था? 1. A का 1 and D का 1. There are 4 teams who had equal number of draws. Now the question asks you how many pairs of teams. So I am saying there are going to be 2 pairs of teams. Somebody said, sir, 4 log hai, 4 teams hai. The answer should be 4C2 teams. The question is not asking you how many combination of pairs of team. अब फिर वो ज्यादा हो गया ना कि क्वेश्चन बहुत स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड है. वी आर नॉट एबल टू एक्सेप्ट कि ये ऐसा स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड आसान है. हम ओवरथिंक करके उसको कॉम्प्लिकेट कर रहे हैं, विच हैपेंस अ लॉट, स्पेशली इन क्वांट. एलआरडीए में तो कम ही होता है. एलआरडीए में तो हमारे पल्ले ही कम पड़ता है कई बार तो क्वेश्चन. So many a times in CAT, the questions are at such a basic level that people reread the question because they're like, इतना आसान तो नहीं हो सकता, कुछ तो है इधर. मेरे को कम से कम add, subtract, multiply तो करने दो, isn't it? So that happens. Akansha says there are 3 pairs of draw matches, right, sir, which is NOIDIA. नहीं आकांक्षा, जो आपने लिखा है ना उसको पेयर नहीं बोलते हैं. Those are simply said the number of matches that end in a draw. तो वो तो मैंने बता दिया ना, वो तो क्वेश्चन में ही गिवन मैंने. The points table you made just by saying that how can you identify who will play against who. So that part आयुष, वो तो हम लोगों ने वैसे क्लास में करा हुआ है कि N and O when they are going to play, somebody is going to win, somebody is going to lose. पर आपको किसी का भी लॉस नहीं है इधर. N और O खेल रहे. सपोज N मैं हूं, नवीन N, एक O है सामने, आउल. हम खेल रहे हैं, कोई तो जीतेगा कोई तो हारेगा. When you will look at my track record, you will see either a W or a L, winner या loser, या फिर उस उल्लू के सर पे विनर या लूजर होगा. पर दोनों में नहीं लिख रहा. If you don't see loser in either of these two, means nobody lost. पर गेम तो खेला ना. So if the match did not end in a win or a lose, क्या हुआ उसका रिजल्ट? ड्रॉ एंड ड्रॉ. सो ये 1-1 इनका हो गया ड्रॉ. सेम लॉजिक आप A और I के बीच में देखो. They need 1 draw and 2 draws. अगर A और I में A जीतता तो you should have seen a W in A's track points table. और if I would have won, तो I में आपको W दिखना चाहिए. आपको दोनों में W नहीं दिख रहा. अगर game, the match between A and I did not end in a win or a loss, किस में होगा? Obviously draw. तो एक इसका मैच इसके साथ ड्रॉ था, तो वो मैंने A और I का ड्रॉ कर दिया, ये रहा. तो एक ही बचा D का और ड्रॉ करना. कॉमन सेंस. दिस इज समथिंग दैट वी हैव ऑलरेडी डिस्कस्ड इन द क्लास. प्लीज गो थ्रू द वीडियोस. Okay, how Naga got to impress me, explain again. Dhanraj, please check it again. This is the formula that I added everything on the left hand side. I added everything on the right hand side, and they are going to be equal, obviously. This is equal to that. This is equal to that. Add all of that. This is equal to that. And then I counted that in the tournament. Total, how many points will be awarded? Those points will go to the teams NOIDA. There are 3 extra and that gave us that extra point. Okay. Did it, Shiv? I did not know because an hour ago I was sitting here with Saral sir teaching and Gourav sir here. I told Gourav and Saral sir, मैंने इशारों में बोला कि मेरा वाला वॉल ना हिल रहा है. and they were like, nahi, sab to theek hai. Okay, so that was an earthquake. So in such questions, we don't consider they actually played or not, as N and O played and resulted in draw, but in A and D, D won. We just see how many teams and draws can happen in between them by pair. Ha, Shubham, we do that, and there are a lot of possibilities that can happen. It's all about practice. The more types of questions you practice, वो आपको उतना आसान होना शुरू होता है. Can NO draw with other team and not against each other? वीरेंद्र, अगर NO के साथ ड्रॉ नहीं करेगा, समझो वीरेंद्र, मैं NO, I have to play 4 matches. अगर O के साथ ड्रॉ नहीं है, then what is against O? What was the result of N and O के बीच का? Quick. वीरेंद्र, इनके बीच में मैच होगा ना जी? N versus O. You are saying draw नहीं है. What do you want me to do? Draw नहीं है तो win होगा किसी का. So if either N is going to win, O is going to lose, or O is going to win, N is going to lose, किसी में तो W और L का combo दिखेगा. Do you see L? कहीं पे आपको L दिख रहा है दोनों में? तो अगर ये नहीं दिख रहा, मतलब कि ये नहीं हो सकता. And if the result will not end in a win-loss, obviously it will end in a result which is a draw match. It was a tie. Right? Chalo. So I hope today's session was helpful for all of you. Okay. Please do not forget to join us live for NMAT 2023 analysis on 20th of October at 7 p.m. Mr. Gautam is going to take the detailed analysis. He'll be writing NMAT on this date. Okay. So don't miss out on this. CAT 2023 crash course, we are going to start very soon. It's from 23rd of October at 7 p.m. So please join us live for this. जैसे आज का रहा marathon 4 hours, we will have 1.5 to 2 hours ka maximum. It's a live one, right? So 1 to 1.5 hours ka similar type of session where we will be discussing questions, right? It's a crash course, and in that we also sometimes discuss a lot of concepts. Okay, the next one is All India Open Mock CATs. Everyone, 27th October to 5th of November, we are going to conduct our 4th All India Open Mock. Make sure that you attempt this. And do not forget to check out our social media handles and pages. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Best to solve GT round robin, go with most wins or most loss. Right, shape, right. Chalo. Take care, everyone. फिर मिलते हैं. Bye bye.